Good evening, dear listener, and welcome back to the Sleepy Story. Tonight, the rain taps softly against the window panes. Autumn leaves drift through misty streets, and warm lights glow behind cozy windows. As the world outside grows quieter, we'll wander through peaceful stories, gentle journeys, historic places, hidden corners of distant cities, and comforting moments designed to help you rest. So settle beneath your blankets, allow your breathing to slow, and let the soothing rhythm of rain carry your thoughts away. There is nowhere else you need to be tonight, only here with the Sleepy Story. Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas. We have a large selection of cozy stories for you this evening to keep you company for hours on end while the rain falls outside. Join me in a safe and drier cabin with a crackling fire to keep us warm while we enjoy some sleepy tales and some well-deserved rest. This small deer has thick brownish gray fur on his chest, are white streaks like snowy paths winding across his body. There are patches of white on his back. Tutu. His fur is a dense mix of shades, and it looks wonderfully soft to the touch. He doesn't have antlers, but two pointed canine teeth emerge from the sides of his mouth like miniature tusks. They give him a sweet, almost comical appearance. The combination of his big brown eyes, soft fuzzy ears, and two white fangs. His home was a wooded valley many miles away from the nearest town or village. Like other musk deer, he was happiest alone in the wilderness, enjoying a peaceful existence in nature. He slept beneath the shade of towering firs, pines, yews, and cypresses. He fed on the mosses and lichen that covered the tree trunks and the flowers that blossomed in the long grass of the meadow. He drank cool, fresh water from the river that flowed through the valley. The deer was young, on the cusp of adulthood, and beginning to feel curious about the wider world, what lay beyond this valley. He wondered. It was so difficult to imagine anything apart from the places he knew so well. Perhaps it was an endless stretch of unspoiled greenery flowing on towards the horizon. When he closed his eyes, he was only able to picture a landscape identical to this one, except for a few small differences. The trees would be taller or a darker shade of green. The moss would have new shapes or patterns as it grew on slightly altered tree trunks. But apart from these changes, the landscapes he dreamed of were almost exactly the same as the hills and woods where he had spent his youth. One evening, the deer woke up at twilight, which was his usual hour. Like the foxes, rabbits, and hawks that lived nearby, the deer was a crepuscular animal. This meant he was most active at dusk, preferring to eat and explore when the heat of the day had faded. But before the darkest part of night arrived, it was the time he felt at once relaxed and stimulated, at ease and at peace in his surroundings, yet also curious and ready to roam. No matter how many times he walked through the tall grass of the meadows or climbed to the verdant slopes of the valley, he never grew tired of exploring. But on this particular evening, something was different. There was a fragrance in the air, unlike anything he had ever smelled before. A rich, yet subtle perfume, more aromatic than any flower. It was somehow both exotic and strangely familiar. Even though it didn't resemble anything he knew, there was something deeply comforting about it. The smell out warmed to him when he closed his eyes for just a second. He was able to detect something from his childhood, like the musky scent of his mother's fur. It made him feel wistful, nostalgic, and loved. And then the aroma was lost in the wind, and he became aware of another, even more intense shade of scent. He breathed in deeply and to let it envelop him. It was the smell of exotic fruits, flowers, or some kind of tree bark. It made him feel hopeful, excited, and loving, just as he was beginning to identify yet another shade. The intoxicating scent vanished. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked around. Nothing had changed. He was in the same woodland grove, surrounded by familiar plants and trees, and he was alone. There was no other animal nearby, save for the chirping crickets in the long grass, who were surely not the source of this divine fragrance. The deer was mystified. Everything was the same, or so it seemed, except for the magical appearance and disappearance of the scent. Perhaps, he reflected, it had been carried by the breeze. It was calling him, beckoning him to follow and find the source. He got up and began walking through the woods down towards the valley. As he ambled along, he continued to sniff the air, hoping to find a trace of the scent, but it had vanished completely. Just as the sun had disappeared beyond the horizon, the deer was enchanted by the memory of the scent, and just as he knew the sun would rise again, he felt sure that the magical aroma would return. He walked on through the night, eventually crossing the valley entirely. It now traveled further than he'd ever gone before, but he wasn't concerned. He was guided by memory and his conviction that the scent had come on an eastern wind. If he headed west, he might eventually find it. At one point, when the silver moon was high in the starry sky, perseverance was rewarded. He had stopped to drink from a stream. The current flowed so slowly it hardly seemed to be moving at all. After sipping the cool, refreshing water, he let out a deep sigh of satisfaction, and as he did so, he caught a whiff of the beautifully mysterious fragrance. Again, good. It was just as wonderful as he'd remembered. He closed his eyes and breathed in, wishing the scent could somehow permeate his entire being. He wanted to drink it in, just like the fresh water of the stream, and let it fill his body and soul. But after just a few heavenly seconds, it faded and disappeared. This time, the deer felt more hopeful. The fragrance had returned for a brief moment, which meant that he was on the right track if he followed his instinct. Walking west through the valley, he would surely find the source. As he continued his journey, passing through lush fields and ancient forests, he wondered where it might be coming from. He imagined a flower with gorgeous, bell-shaped petals surrounded by tiny hummingbirds that came to drink the divine nectar. He imagined a tree as tall as a mountain, with a red, richly scented bark that spread its perfume across the forest. He imagined a single golden leaf shining in the darkness of a secret wood, retaining its magical aroma through the changing seasons. Whatever it was, he was sure it had to be one of the most beautiful creations in the universe. He would continue walking until he found it, no matter how long it took. The deer eventually reached the desert, a vast expanse of rolling sand dunes that stretched as far as the eye could see. He had never been to a place like this, so big and empty, with no trees or grass. Its openness was strangely lovely. With so much space, there were endless possibilities. If the source of the scent was in the desert, he was sure he would find it. There was nowhere for the aromatic tree or plant to hide. Even the slightest variation in the landscape would be visible from miles away. The deer soon learned to sleep during the heat of the day and walk at night. He sometimes felt that his vision was even better in the dark, when the only light came from the moon. Above, all his senses were heightened. He could see the shape of every wave of sand, and he felt the dry, powdery texture beneath his hooves, so different to the grass he knew. The desert had its own subtle smell, dusty, earthy odor with herbal tones, but it was softer and simpler than what he was used to in the valley. When the mysterious scent returned, as it did every so often, it was even stronger than before. In the night air of the desert, far from any plant or animal, the beautiful aroma was almost overwhelming in its rich complexity. Whenever he noticed it, he would stand still in the middle of the jeans and breathe it in deeply, savoring it until it had faded completely. And as he walked on, determined to find the source, he treasured the memory of these moments. They sustained him, giving him strength to continue his journey, no matter how tired he felt. After many days and nights, the deer reached the jungle. The landscape had changed so gradually that he barely noticed the shift from sand to scrubland to grass. The grass grew taller, while leafy plants, flowers, and trees grew bigger and multiplied until they became a dense tangle of green. The deer was happy to be surrounded by trees once again, even though they were so different as to be almost unrecognizable. The flowers had new exotic scents, and there were animals he had never seen before. A black bear with a long snout, glossy fur, a majestic tiger with glowing amber eyes, a graceful elephant walking as if in slow motion, grazing on leaves and grass. There were so many wonders in the jungle, so much to stimulate the imagination. If he hadn't been so sleepy and so focused on his quest, the deer would have continued exploring. But he knew he had to stop and rest for a while. Without a good sleep, he simply wouldn't have the strength to carry on. And so the deer found a secluded place in the heart of the jungle. It was a natural shelter created by fallen trunks, layers of leaves, and the protective branches of a nearby banyan tree. He felt safe here, where the only other animals were the brightly colored birds singing day and night in the canopy above. As dusk turned into darkness, he curled up in the shelter, resting his head on a pillow of leaves. He was so weary that as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. He slept for a long, long time and dreamed many dreams. Above all, he dreamed of the scent in his mind. It was the glistening golden sap of the banyan tree. It was spread through the air when the birds opened their beaks to sing. It was hidden in the beautiful fur of the tiger. After many hours, the deer awoke with a smile. It had been a blissful sleep, and his dreams gave him hope that he was on the right track. He would travel to the ends of the earth if he had to, and even if the exact source of the mysterious scent eluded him, he still had the pleasure of the journey. Without the scent, he realized he might never have left his home in the first place. To think that he would never have seen the moonlit sand dunes of the desert or heard the exquisite music of the tropical birds. The scent seemed to linger through the jungle, vanishing and then reappearing mysteriously. There was no obvious pattern or reason. It seemed to have nothing to do with the time of day, his surroundings, or even the wind. He was beginning to doubt his initial belief that the fragrance was carried by the air currents, as sometimes he caught a hint of it in the perfect stillness of midday. In these moments, the aroma was just as strong as the first time he'd experienced it in the twilight breeze of his native valley. Yet even as the source continued to elude him, the deer's faith never faltered. He knew deep in his heart that he was on the right path. The trees of the jungle eventually thinned out, leading to open grassland and new and beautiful landscapes. Following his instinct and an occasional tantalizing trace of the fragrance, the deer began to climb. Up and up and up he went. The hills became mountains, taller than any he'd ever seen. These were the awe-inspiring peaks of the Himalayas, which made the hills of his homeland looked like tiny mounds. By comparison, when he realized that the highest peak wasn't even visible, but hidden by swirling white clouds, the deer stopped to stare in wonder. In his wildest dreams, had he imagined such majestic beauty? Even the snow looked like something from another world, whiter than the moon. As he gazed at these mighty peaks, the scent returned. Although it seemed exotic and mysterious, the smell was starting to feel more familiar to him. When he breathed in, it was like suddenly finding himself in the company of someone he knew and loved. No matter how far he traveled, could still feel safe and secure. For those fleeting seconds that the scent was in his nose, he was at home. The deer was tired, but he wasn't daunted by the challenge of the climb. On and on, up and up, he walked slowly and carefully, picking his way along the rocky trails, stopping every now and then to admire the view. A magnificent panorama unfolded before him, an endless spread of golden rocks and snowy slopes turning purple as the sun set on the horizon. If he had known what wonders existed in the world, he would have made the journey just the same, even without the lure of the scent. One of the most beautiful discoveries he had made was that no two sunsets were alike. Each one was completely unique. He first noticed it when he thought about how the clouds and colors of the sky varied from desert to jungle, forest to mountain. There were times when the sun seemed to disappear in a matter of seconds, falling into the horizon like a piece of fruit dropping from a tree. On the next evening, it faded away, gradually sinking gracefully, until the only thing that remained was a faint, lingering glow. When he returned to his home in the hills, the deer vowed that he would never take a single sunset for granted again. How strange, he thought, that traveling to the distant mountains had led to this realization. She was starting to feel a little homesick too. He had been walking for so long, he could no longer remember how much time had passed. He couldn't even recall the season when he'd set off on his journey, and yet he had no regrets. He was so sleepy and lost in thought that he began to gaze at the view without truly seeing it. In his trance, he didn't hear the footsteps approaching. He didn't see his new companion until they were standing side by side. She was a doe, female musk deer. He was astonished, not just to see her, but to find how similar they looked. Her fur, her face, it was like staring at his own reflection in a pool. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the doe spoke fast. "At a beautiful scent," she said. A deer was rendered speech. He stared at her in wonder, and then sniffed the air. There it was, the fragrance that he had followed across the desert sands and through the narrow trails of the rainforest. For the first time since he had begun his climb up the mountains, the scent had returned. It was stronger than ever before. He closed his eyes and drank it in, feeling his chest swell with joy. He opened his mouth to ask the doe about the source of the divine scent, but then he stopped himself. The question seemed to vanish on his tongue. In that moment, he realized where the scent was coming from. It was his own. The deer closed his eyes and sank to the ground. He was suddenly overcome with fatigue, but also felt a strange kind of peace. It was almost unbelievable, but it made perfect sense. The mysterious smell had accompanied him everywhere, because it was his own. Wherever he went in the world, the fragrance would follow, because it was part of him. When he at last felt able to speak, he took a deep breath and told the doe about his quest. By this time, the dusk was turning in. Tonight, the sky was a radiant shade of dark blue, and the first stars were out, glittering over the white-capped mountains. When he'd finished telling his story, he was so tired that he could have fallen asleep then and there on the side of the mountain. But the doe encouraged him to take just a few more steps so he could sleep in peace and comfort, protected from the elements. There was a cave nearby at the end of the trail where he could finally rest. He followed the doe up the mountain, hardly conscious of any thoughts or sensations. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and sink into a long, dreamless sleep. Everything else could wait till tomorrow. He entered the cave in a sleepy trance. It was warm and comfortable, and for the first time in his long journey, he was not alone. These simple thoughts were enough to make him feel relaxed and ready to settle down for the night. He cowled up on the bed of moss beside the doe. All he could see from here was the full moon shining beyond the entrance of the cave, or he could smell was the soft, earthy scent of the moss, and then the inevitable return of the beautiful fragrance. It was within him, and it would last forever. He smiled at the thought, then drifted into sleep. On this most peaceful night of his long journey, you step out of the shade of your home and feel the blazing golden sun on your skin, tempered by the cool breeze blowing off the middle sea. The gentle ocean wind coming from the north tugs at the extra fabric of the tunic around your legs. Heading out of the yard, you let your hand run over the rough, sandy-colored bark of your favorite sycamore. It's a young tree transplanted here recently. Like most of the buildings and most of the people, this year is 241 BCE, and the entire city of Alexandria is less than 100 years old. As you head down the hill, you duck in and out of the shade in the Egyptian quarter of town. Hints of the fishing village that stood on the place that became Alexandria are visible all around. You catch glimpses of Egyptian lotus columns throughout this part of the city. The decorative sections at the top, called capitals, are carved into intricate and beautiful flower petal shapes. There's even the occasional old mud and brick home or shed tucked away among the modern truss-roofed Greek villas. This is your favorite part of the walk. You stop at a street corner and let the procession of a nobleman parade go by. Lazily, a train of impeccably robed servants passes by, with an important-looking man at the head, riding a beautiful Egyptian stallion. Glancing down the hill, you can see, between the gaps in the buildings, there, over the blue-green sea, stands the lighthouse of Alexandria. It was only finished recently, but it still takes your breath away. Everyone says it's the tallest building in the world, and you believe it. This incredible structure is more than 300 feet tall, from the base to the statue of the god. On top, the morning sun glimmers off the limestone and granite, and smoke billows from the lantern room, guiding ships from every corner of the world. The building is monumental, embodying the beauty and power of modern civilization. All blockages and sheer faces of stone. Egyptian trade ships and Greek triremes, with their giant sails and rows of oars, bob through the harbor. Beneath the great lighthouse, there's so much to look at in such a busy port. You think to yourself, continuing on, you soon come to the expanse of the Canopus Way, bustling Main Street, paved in stone. It stretches from the Sun Gate on the east end of the city to the Moon Gate on the west. Decorative rectangular pools divide the center of the main thoroughfare. You're not really supposed to play in the water, but everyone does, especially the children. You head over to a store just a stone's throw from the Agora, the huge plaza where the Canopus meets the Soma. That's the large street running from the south end of the city to the Royal District, following the water from the vendor. You order a popular local snack, fried fish caught fresh this morning, as you sit by one of the fountains in the middle of the street. You let yourself people watch for a moment. So many interesting individuals pass you by. There are Egyptian farmers with carts pulled by donkeys heading to the markets. Greek trades people amble past, engaged in a friendly discussion about stonework. Gods and army officials travel and small Egyptian horses, and the occasional chariot flies past its wheels and the horses' hooves, creating a rhythmic pattering sound onto the stone. You close your eyes and let yourself fall into the lullaby of the city. Alexandria is a modern marvel, a marriage of Greek power and ingenuity and Egyptian beauty and history. All over the city are technologies that were only dreamed of a century ago. One such example is the causeway on the west end of the city. It connects Pharos, the lighthouse island, with the mainland. It's 3/4 of a mile long and was built by the engineers of Alexander the Great himself. Aqueducts hem the southern portion of the city, bringing water into every district. Plumbing feeds luxurious bathtubs and other necessities. Water clocks tick away the minutes of the day with the most impressive inner workings. You've even been to a few temples that have central heating in the form of hot air blown up through flues in the ground. Even the city grid layout, with its wide cobblestone streets, is something of a marvel. Alexandria feels so dynamic and cutting edge. What's every modern city should be, you think, but nothing compares to the wonders held within the library. A pair of friendly cats watch you from an arby alley as you stand up and make your way along the campus. The institution of the Muses looms up on your right. On the north side of the street, hundreds upon hundreds of students, artists, philosophers, and scholars walk the sprawling campus. Gardens, faculties, dormitories, and an amphitheater are surrounded by the towering manors of the royal district. This is the center of art, culture, and science, and the library is its crowning jewel. The front edifice is a masterpiece of craftsmanship, with countless steps, columns, and statues. It's positively monumental. You think, like the lighthouse that rises over the harbor in the distance. Even though the front section is only 2 levels, the scale of the library is daunting. There are statues of the Muses inset on the first level and bas reliefs on the beam across the top of the entryway. The architrave has images of the goddess Athena consorting with Alexander the God King. All in all, it makes the library look like a temple, which it is in a way. A temple to knowledge, and the single greatest collection of writing in the world. You pass by students and scribes relaxing on the front steps, sharing an early lunch, and you greet a couple of attendants on your way through the domed lobby. Every inch of the library tells a story, from the mosaic floors to the frescoes above, recently completed artwork on the columns and floors, to pick scenes from history and myth. According to prophecy, Alexander was the son of the god Zeus, Ammon, so there are many illustrations of him walking amongst the gods. You inquire after the head librarian with one of his workers and learn his tutoring in the mathematics section. The sun shines through the rings of windows above, with the Muses posing in every arch. Beneath the dome over this section, the deeper you get into the library, the stronger the scent of papyrus. It's a familiar aroma of wood, earth, and hints of spikes. You find it comforting, like walking through an exotic garden on a dry summer day. Scrolls of parchment tied up and categorized, are piled on every shelf as far as the eye can see. Occasionally, a scribe or scholar will wander into a section, hands exploring the different tones. They climb 2 ladders, tediously pushed back and forth by bored-looking attendants before finding what they're after. The knowledge spans an impossible understanding of the world. Lyric poetry to natural science, comedy and medicine. You can't even pick your favorite section. There's something new to learn with every scroll. As you round the corner, you hear the sound of your leather sandals tapping across the stone. It echoes through the chamber, drawing a few glances. The mathematics section is relatively quiet today, likely due to the presence of the head librarian and his student. A boy sits at a table, looking a bit distracted. Papyrus scrolls filled with writing about integers and irrational numbers are spread out in front of him. He barely acknowledges your arrival as you look around for the head librarian, but you wouldn't expect anything different. He is, after all, the prince. He can't be more than 7 or 8. Dark head with a chin like his father, but he already has the somewhat disinterested air of someone important, at least when it comes to studying his maths homework. Before long, you see the head librarian. Eratosthenes walks out from one of the rows. His arms overlaid them with scrolls. He has an excited look on his face. Is a famous polymath, a scholar with wide-ranging interests, from rhetoric to science to poetry. But he has a particular love for the study of mathematics. He is the library of Alexandria's third head librarian, and is a bit of a prodigy, taking over the position a year ago at the relatively young age of 35. His thick, bushy beard is streaked with gray, and his head of curly hair is already receding. You can imagine what a marble bust of his face would look like. Impressive, to say the least. Still, his relative youth is betrayed in his eyes and expressions. He's passionate about all his fields of study, and he's known to be an enthusiastic lecturer, barely able to contain his curiosity. When he talks, he often pulls together ideas from many different subjects. Poetry joins with mathematics. Comedies find their way into historical epics, and they all blend into a study of the stars. Seeing you waiting near the prince, he gestures for you to come over. Then he asks you to go and find his treatise on the circumference of the world. He speaks about it so casually, it's as if he were asking you to grab a spare pair of sandals. Luckily, you know exactly where it is. Down the hall, where scribes are busily working on transcriptions. Your footsteps are muted by the piles and stacks of empty papyrus. A couple of younger library attendants are busy gluing together lengths of papyrus. These will be rolled up into scrolls. The woody, familiar scent is so potent here that it clings to the robes of scribes when they leave at the end of the day. The soft whisper of dozens of reed pens scratching against papyrus sounds like gently drizzling rain. There are scribes around every corner, diligently copying or translating works gathered from travelers and distant scholars. You find the head librarian's treatise in a section filled with works in progress. Since he finished his calculations in the past year or so, scribes have been steadily copying his work to send to colleagues in Cyrene and Athens. They hope that other mathematicians there will copy and share his writing with others, perhaps even improving on his calculations. This is what the library is all about, preserving and spreading knowledge. Every library and scholar across the world is like a point of connection in a giant web. It's a wonderful network to be a part of. You take one of the copies back to the head librarian and the prince. The former unfolds the papyrus scroll out over the table. Your eyes mirror his. They show a hungry excitement, understanding that the knowledge of the world is at your fingertips. He reads the first section of his work out loud. It's a dedication to the poet who inspired his life's work. Then he turns to the prince with a twinkle in his eye. With enough data from any observable source, you can understand anything he says. He smiles at the young leader, hoping he too will pick up some enthusiasm for mathematical pursuits like his family and his father. Alexander, the prince, is obsessed with myth and legend. The head librarian asks if you would mind cleaning up after them. As they head for the poetry section, you're happy to lend a hand. You begin to tenderly roll up the papyrus scroll, noticing how the rough material feels in your hands. Attendants come over to help you reshelf them. For the next while, you're able to work on your own studies and transcriptions, making sure to stay close enough to the head librarian and his student in case he needs another scroll. Eventually, the prince is released into the care of the royal guard for the day. You follow the head librarian to his study to help him find a scroll he's misplaced. That's all about constellations. The place is as chaotic and complex as the man's mind. You search through scrolls filled with translations of Egyptian sailors, narratives, as well as commentaries on Homeric tales. You find the scroll eventually, buried under a pile of similar writings. He uses a small mechanical device of his own invention to prop the scroll open. The device is a marvel, as it's also a model of celestial objects. Concentric bronze rings are connected through intricate mechanisms to simulate the movement of stars, with Gaia at its center. For a moment, you admire his handiwork, thinking of how the stars appear to move in great arcs across the midnight sky. He smiles and thanks you for your help today, and so you leave him in his study. Turning to glance back before you go, you see him running his hands over the scroll, muttering to himself about the procession of the world's movements through the ether. Walking back into the main halls of the library, you see that the chariot of the sun is sailing across the sky. This late in the day, the light is glancing through the westerly windows, hanging over Alexandria's gate of the sunset base, the library. Gentle golds and oranges. You bundle the scrolls you were working with today so they can be retrieved again tomorrow, and you leave them with an attendant. On the steps outside, a group of students and scholars are gathered together. You spot one of your friends, a student of philosophy from the sandy city of Memphis. He tells you there's a visiting cynic philosopher who promises the path to mental clarity and understanding. You politely decline. The skies are clear, so it will be a good night to see the stars. You bid your friend goodbye and head north in the direction of the water. Down by the water's edge, you glance up at the lighthouse as you step onto the causeway leading over to the island. You like to come here and think about the nature of the world as the sun sets, with the waves washing gently against the rocky coast nearby. The distant light of the setting sun bangs on the horizon as it slips into the realm. Darkness. Soon you'll head home, but for now you'd like a moment just to relax. You close your eyes and feel the light on your eyelids, your elbows resting on the sides of the causeway. Ideas circle your mind like the many layers of the head. Librarian's invention. You think about how philosophy dances with the natural sciences and about all the ideas written down on scrolls inside the magnificent building you just left. With a sigh of gratitude, you think this is the perfect way to end a day spent in the halls of the great library of Alexandria. Have you ever heard the expression, the face that launched 1,000 ships? Have you heard of the Trojan horse, or maybe about someone's Achilles heel? These are all references to the legend of the Trojan War, a mythical clash between ancient Greeks and a great walled city called Troy, whose residents were known as Trojans. According to the legend, Trojan prince fell in love with the most beautiful woman in the world, whose name was Helen. Unfortunately, she was already married to a Greek king, but that didn't stop the Trojan prince. He carried Helen away with him on his ship across the turquoise waters of the Aegean Sea and back to his home in Troy. The Greek king wasn't about to let that stand. He rallied other kings and great warriors of Greece, and together they set sail with a fleet of ships intent upon recovering Helen. They sailed through the rolling Aegean waves until they reached the shore of Troy. The Greeks laid siege to Troy, but the city was protected by huge walls, and the Trojans held out against the attack. The battles raged in and out of years, and the siege went on for a decade. Still no winner emerged from the fray. The Greeks could not take the city, and the Trojans could not throw off their attackers from across the sea. The war was a stalemate. That is until the Greeks employed a theatrical ruse, as the legend goes. One of them, a master carpenter, finally built an enormous wooden horse. This huge horse statue was not made of solid wood. However, it was hollow inside, and there was a good reason why it was hollow. The wooden horse the Greek carpenter made was so big the people could actually ride inside of it, and that was just what the Greek warriors intended to do. With the horse complete, the Greeks made a great show of abandoning their camp and sailing their ships away. They didn't actually head back across the sea, though. Instead, the fleet hid behind an island just offshore. They left behind one man who was charged with convincing the Trojans to bring this enormous wooden horse inside the city wars. The leaders of Troy examined to the horse and hesitated over it. Some of them favored destroying it, and the Trojan king's misunderstood daughter, who could see the future, gave dire warnings about its danger. But the group didn't listen to the warnings. After a time, The lone Greek was able to convince the Trojans to keep the horse as a gift for the goddess of war, and that was their downfall. That night, the townspeople indulged in a wine-soaked celebration of what they thought was their victory. Worn out, they went off to their beds. They were sure that their attackers were beaten and gone. So sure that they didn't even leave any guards on duty. But unbeknownst to the Trojans, a group of the best Greek warriors were hidden in the inside, the giant wooden horse, and at night those warriors emerged from the statue. Under cover of the dark and silent night, as the Trojans slumbered, the Greek warriors climbed out of the towering wooden horse, stole through the quiet city, bombarded the gates, and threw them open wide. The waiting Greek armies came in through the open gates. They routed the sleepy and wine befuddled Trojans and set fire to the city. And with that, the great Troy was no more. That is the gist of the legend. Give or take a few details, such as the role of numerous ancient Greek gods and goddesses along the way. According to the myth, these pesky divinities took sides and played key roles in the drama. They instigated trouble, egged on the humans, and generally contributed to the mayhem at key points throughout the whole affair. But at any rate, those are the main plot lines of the tale. It's a story that has beguiled listeners for never near 3,000 years since it was first told long ago throughout the land of Greece. Tale of the Trojan War fascinated the people of ancient Greece who heard it from traveling storytellers. As ancient Rome came to power, captivated the Romans as well. The tale was recounted in poetic form by the famed Greek poet Homer. It was recited and repeated, written down and inscribed on pottery. Symmetries were engraved on wine jugs and silver cups, cast in plaster, carved into stone, immortalized in statues and paintings, and emblazoned on walls. Many hundreds of years later, it continued to rivet listeners and readers from across Europe, and then beyond. During the Middle Ages and into modern times along the way, it has inspired countless retellings. It's been told and retold in poetry and prose, on parchment, and in books, on the stage, and finally the screen. As it passed down through the years, tale's mythical stature grew, yet it was widely seen as nothing more than a legend, fictional story told for entertainment, akin to a popular fantasy tale of today. Most people thought that Troy, the place, had never really existed, that it was simply an invention born in on the imagination of the poet Homer or of some unnamed storyteller long ago. And yet, is the story of Troy purely legend, or could it be based on fact? Could it be a kind of history mussed under the layers of poetry, mythology, and retellings until it was no longer recognized as anything other than fiction? That was the proposition that led as a couple of explorers just over a century and a half ago to a windy plain at the northwestern tip of Turkey in what was once known as Asia Minor. There, the remains of a ruined city lay buried in the earth, buried, that is, until one amateur archaeologist, another amateur, who also happened to be a wealthy businessman, to investigate a mound not welled up in the grassy plains. This large mound lay a few miles inland from the sea in an area once called the Troad, and it was understood to contain the remnants of some ancient town. These amateur archaeologists were on a hunt for the mythical Troy. Like the general public, most scholars believed the legendary city had never really existed, or if it did, that it certainly wasn't lurking under this remote mount. But these two amateurs disagreed. They were enamored of the Trojan legend, and they were determined to prove that it was actually rooted in real history. They believed that the mound was in just the right spot to hide what they were seeking. Fact, there was a city built there in the archaic period where people paid tribute to the mythological heroes of the Trojan War and others that turned the area into something of a tourist destination in the classical era. This knowledge of the classical era site is one reason they were convinced it was the site of the mythical Troy. So it was that they came to this Turkish plain prepared to dig deep into the grassy earth eagerly. They dug a giant trench straight down through the hilly mount. I'm there. The millennia of dirt and debris. They found the remains of a city and a fortress from long, long ago. They also found earrings, bracelets, diadems, and thousands of rings, all made of solid gold, plus rich objects of silver, bronze, and precious lapis lazuli stones. To the astonishment of observers the world over, the wealthy businessmen declared victory in the search for Troy, announced that the gold and precious items were the treasure of the Trojan king from the legend. People around the world were mesmerized, but while the remains were indeed from very long ago, they were in fact from too long ago, far too long ago. Eventually, modern dating methods show them to date from about 1,000 years earlier than the time the legendary story could have taken place, if any of it were true. Nevertheless, excavations continued at the site, orphaned on over the years, and the digging uncovered layers of ruins on top of ruins. Layers were the oldest, but a more recent layer of ruins proved to be from just the right era. According to tests, that more recent layer dated to the estimated time period of the legend. That layer of ruins contained the remains of a powerful walled city that was destroyed right at the time when the legendary Trojan War was said to have taken place. The excavators found wrecked walls and banned earth, indicating possible widespread fire. It's now widely accepted that this fortress city was the Troy described in the legend, and there's something magical about discovering that a mythical story actually had a basis in reality, and therein lies a big part of the enchantment of the modern story of Troy. The age-old tale of love and war took such power. It captured imaginations for thousands of years. It was enthralling to discover that the city, so long thought to be no more real than a fairy tale, truly existed. Troy was a real place, and we can now visit it, or at least we can visit its ruins. The remains of those long-lost walls revealed at last from under the Turkish dust, and we can study its ruins for clues to its true story. But the question remains, how much of the rest of the legend was based in reality, if any? Did the Trojan War itself really take place? If so, was a beautiful woman involved. And was she named Helen? Did a wooden horse seal the city's fate? At least for now, we just don't know. It's believed there was a war that happened based on archaeological findings, but many unanswered questions still linger. True scientific inquiry is nothing less than the pursuit of truth, and in that endeavor, little is ever simple or certain. And so it is with the search for the truth of the Trojan story. Scholars aren't certain what calamity flattened the Trojan Wars. The legend claims it was an attack by Greek troops, and that it was they who set a fire that scorched the earth. But there is also evidence indicating an earthquake may have destroyed the city at that time, and in fact, earthquakes seem to have leveled settlements at the location many times over the millennia. Still, there are tantalizing clues buried in the evidence that's been uncovered. So far, slingshots and stones amongst the rubble, and even embedded in the old wars, bronze arrowheads and spear tips. And there are other hints in literature and historical records. Ancient writings from an empire in Turkey refer to fighting with the Greeks over the city. On top of that, the story of the Trojan War contains startling detail that made it seem sometimes more like a historical account than pure fantasy. For example, its description of Troy's location was geographically precise and conforms accurately to its real-life position. Of course, even if the legend contains kernels of historical truth, there are many elements of the story, certainly mythical. For example, the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology played crucial roles in it, from start to finish. In the legendary tale, the trouble first began when three goddesses quarreled. They disagreed over which of them was the most beautiful. Each believed it was she naturally. Greek deities were not noted for their humility. The Prince of Troy was appointed as judge to determine which of the goddesses was the most beautiful, and so to settle their dispute. According to the legend, the prince chose the goddess of love, Aphrodite, but only because she promised him the loveliest woman on earth, Queen Helen. Never mind that Ptolemy was already married to a Greek king. Then, when the Greeks sailed off to recover the queen, the legend states that various gods and goddesses championed the Trojans, and others supported the Greeks during the long years of the battle. What's more, the story declared one of the best Greek warriors was the son of a sea goddess. If it seems surprising that a goddess should have a mortal son, it's important to know that in Greek mythology, deities were said to regularly have romantic attachments to humans. And so the sea goddess had married a mortal man, and the pair had a son named Achilles. It's this legendary warrior Achilles who gave his name to the term an Achilles heel and to the Achilles tendon in your ankle. And here's why. According to legend, the warrior's goddess mother wanted to protect him from harm, so when he was just a baby, she dipped him into a divine river whose waters would make him invincible. The only trouble was that she held her baby by his heel when she dipped him in, and so his heel wasn't submerged in the divine waters. This left him with one weak spot, and it was this that ultimately led to his death during the Trojan War. Still up to that point, Achilles was untouchable in battle until the Trojan prince at last found his weakness. Then the prince laid Achilles with an arrow to the heel, and that is why, to this day, we refer to a person's weakness as their Achilles heel. The roles of the gods and goddesses, and the story of Achilles and his vulnerable heel, are just a few parts of the legend that we can surmise are more myth than history. Despite those embellishments of the story, scholars are working to this day to identify what else in the legend may be essentially true. Carefully, slowly, they are extracting the secrets of Troy, artifact by artifact, and with time, perhaps more evidence will come to light. But for now, we must continue to wonder. There really was a great war in which Greek attackers leveled the famed city. At a minimum, can't rule that out, which leads us to ponder another question. If there was such a war, what was its cause? Was there also a Helen of Troy, whose face launched the Greek ships, as in the famous quotation? Looking at the evidence, there are many things that could have sparked a Trojan War besides the love and loss of a beautiful Greek. That's because the city of Troy is located in a strategic spot. It lies near a narrow waterway that connects the Black Sea to the Aegean Sea, which in turn flows out into the great Mediterranean. And in ancient times, the shoreline lay even closer to the city than it does today. This meant that Troy sat overlooking the waterway, but also oversaw a key land route on its other side. Thus, the Trojan metropolis commanded both major routes, twin Greek and Eastern civilizations. As such, the Trojans were perfectly positioned to trade widely and extensively. Probably also had a captive market to sell goods to, because ships would have to wait nearby. Right winds to sail through the waterway. Even would have had the ability to control traffic along the routes so chose. They could have imposed tolls or taxes on anyone traveling past, although scholars haven't found evidence to tell whether they took advantage of this opportunity or not. Their location would have meant the Trojans could have hampered trade, impeded travel, taxed merchants, and stood as obstacles to exploration or military adventures. Their location also would have given them access to great wealth and commerce. Such riches alone could have presented a tempting prize for marauding princes. Yes, war could certainly have broken out, Greeks and Trojan, over many things other than love and revenge. But then again, who knows? Stranger things have come to pass than a powerful love that influenced world events, than a lost city emerging from a windy plain, and a legend coming to life. Perhaps a lovely face did launch a fleet of ships across the Aegean Sea some 3,000 years ago. Perhaps we'll never know, but as long as we can wander and dream and imagine, we can continue to learn, to explore and discover, and maybe, just maybe, one day, someone among us we cover all truth or myth of the mysterious Helen of Troy. You are walking out of your cozy flat in Edinburgh. It's set inside a timeless building on a street lined with terraced houses. Yours boasts charming bay windows and a stone facade that stretches up to a point characteristic that gives an extra special touch to the city's unique and recognizable skyline. Closing the door, you are greeted by a crisp autumn breeze as you step onto the cobbled street. The weather outside is chilly but comfortable. The sky is filled with unique, puffy clouds that hang above you, sometimes revealing a pale blue sky or soft shades of gray. You are wearing warm boots with your favorite trousers, dark green jumper, and a light rain jacket that comes down to your thighs, covering your head. A cozy wool hat provides warmth on this crisp and windy day. You also have a tote bag with a book and umbrella just in case it rains, you think. Your flat is next door to the Meadows, grassy, tree-lined park just south of the old town, and you find yourself coming here often with a small picnic blanket in hand, spending an hour or maybe two reading or drawing among other park visitors. What you truly love about this park, however, is the distant view of Arthur's Seat, an ancient volcano and the highest peak in Ambra. You admire its carved arches peeking out high above the park's flat tree line. Sometimes you nestle yourself in the grass and draw this particular view. Other times, you simply prop your head up on your backpack. They are out at Distant Hill, allowing your mind to wander and drift like the fallen leaves of autumn. Now your boots tap against the pavement as you make your way into the meadows. Today, the park is draped in the season's captivating foliage. The grass is still a vivid green, which provides a delightful contrast to the burnt orange and pale yellow leaves that are scattered across it. There are paved walking paths going both around and diagonally through the park. This time, you are walking across one of the diagonal paths so you can explore Edinburgh's old town. On this perfect day, the pathway is aligned with leafy trees on either side, standing tall and reaching the cloudy skies up above. Your shoes press against fallen leaves, some brown and crunchy, others soft and in shades of yellow and orange, surprisingly dry so far, but reminders of a previous rain still linger, dampening some of the leaves and covering the grass in a sparkly dew. As you walk, you notice a man playing fetch with his fluffy beige dog. He throws a stick, and the dog enthusiastically leaps across the grass, lifting leaves up into the air. As he dives to catch the stick, it brings a little smile to your face. Soon you are across the park, walking along a pedestrian-only path, sprawling with murals, a lively cafe, and university students. From here, you can see some parts of the 16th century University of Edinburgh. University's historic sandstone buildings fit perfectly with the mood of the city in autumn, you think. When you reach the end of the pedestrian pathway, you go over the zebra crossing and arrive at the other side of the road. You continue straight for just a minute, passing shops and restaurants until you reach a set of gates on your left-hand side. It is the entrance to Greyfriars Kirkyard, a century graveyard offering a museum and walking tours. It's considered to be one of Edinburgh's most famous places. Take a few steps inside to admire this historic location. The paths are decorated with vibrant orange leaves that spill over onto the green grass. You can see old tombstones dating back more than 400 years and glimpse sandstone buildings that poke out beyond the walls of Greyfriars. An autumn walk through Edinburgh is hardly complete without a stop here. You decide, so you pass through the black, raw tying gates and feel the coolness of the shade around you. The autumn weather suits the stillness of this curious gray place. Your gaze follows the path that leads up to the church, around the graveyard, and towards an exit on the other side. You actually prefer to take this path when walking home, and often you do. It's much more peaceful than going past all the shops and restaurants that line the street on the other side of the thick stone walls. Perhaps you will amble through it properly on your way home. Looking up, you see lingering gray clouds above. A walk through Greyfriars on a rainy afternoon is just the kind of experience you'd like. In your mind, you hope for a little drizzle later today, but for now, you carry on further into Old Town. Crisp air embraces your skin as you approach the cobbles of Edinburgh's most notable street, the Royal Mile. This captivating street is full of life. Today, sound of bagpipes floats through the air. Wool tartan scarves are on display, and the smell of baked goods and coffee finds your nose. You adore the Royal Mile for many reasons. For one, leads up to Edinburgh Castle, patched high on a base of volcanic rock, which is stunning to see up close. However, it is also full of fairy tale-like stone buildings with sharply pointed turrets, and the Gothic St. Charles Cathedral with its open spires and sculptured turret. But what you really love about the Royal Mile, it's what you find on its side streets. Tiny pathways lead into quaint, often silent squares, creating pleasant oases from the bustling life. Just on the other side of the buildings, you look right fast, catching a glimpse of the bronze statue of Scottish philosopher David Hume. Apparently, local tradition suggests it is good luck to touch his big toe, which sticks out further than the rest of the statue. You watch a man in a kilt stop by and graze his hand across Hume's toe, and you smile. Ahead of you, you see the way the cobbles appear to grow smaller and smaller as they go down the hill until they disappear into a cloudy gap between the buildings. Could follow that path where the buildings seem to grow old and more historic until you reach the prestigious palace of Holyrood House with its powerful history and antique relics. But today, you won't spend too much time on the Royal Mile. Instead, you would like to visit Edinburgh's moor or terminal spots. There's no city you'd rather be in during this season, you declare. And with Scotland's windy weather, the leaves won't stay attached to the branches for long, so you know just where you would like to go. You had right, and then take a quick left onto a quaint alley called Warriston's Close. The path leads down a massive set of stairs that fall onto a charming curved street near the Waverley train station. If you had to choose a favorite flight of stairs. These would be yours. Something about the way they fan out, the bottom, the yellow-tinted lamps, and middle banister make you think of old-fashioned academia. You could imagine university students from decades ago leaving the train station, wearing pleated tartan skirts or long slacks as they ascend the stairs, books and pencil cases in hand, ready for a day's lesson. You grab on to the banister as you make your way down the lofty staircase. You watch as people walk up and down the cobbled street, wearing raincoats, dark boots, berries, and warm scarves. Once you're at the bottom of the stairs, you are situated in front of one of your favorite coffee shops in the city. It has the best view of the steps of Warriston's Close, and with its indoor and outdoor seating in a snug and cozy setting, it is the perfect stop during an autumn walk in Edinburgh. And so your feet click against the mismatched cobbles as you walk towards the door of the cafe. Side hissing of the espresso machine and the clink of ceramic. You look around. There is a window seat for two with homely cushions and a few seats nestled against the cool stone walls. Just in front of you is an espresso bar serving artisan coffee, hot chocolates, and teas. Then, behind a glass counter, you admire tasty treats from pumpkin, spice, cinnamon rolls to thick, buttery croissants. You smile and say hello to the barista. She greets you in return. Then you kindly request a hot spiced tea and a warm pumpkin spice cinnamon roll, something you have never tried here before. He tells you that they were just added to the menu today, and you feel a tingle of excitement that you get to try them this afternoon. You choose to take a seat outside. After all, you're enjoying the fresh water mare on your face. Plus, your woolly layers and steady walking pace have been keeping you nice and warm. There are two large tables on either side of the door. You choose the one to the right, with the best view of your favorite staircase. As you wait, you look up at the curved street that leads back to the Raw Mile. You watch the buildings as they stretch up towards the sky, which is looking a bit grayer and gloomier than before. Your gaze comes back down to ground level. There are no trees on this street, so there is no foliage to admire. Nonetheless, the brownish shades of the street combined with the crisp air by the feeling of the season when you smile, considering that rain, clouds, and cool weather, a common year-round here. The barista delivers your cinnamon roll and hot spiced tea. The smell of them together captivates your senses. You close your eyes and take a deep breath in, bringing the mug up to your nose. As you do so, the aroma of cloves, nutmeg, ginger, and other spices fills your nostrils. Then you take a sip, and the warmth of it travels down to your stomach. Delicious. Next, you try the pumpkin spice cinnamon roll. You push your knife and fork into it, and the pastry softly falls apart, looking gooey and warm as white icing trickles down onto the plate. You lift the fork to your mouth, blowing on the cinnamon roll to cool it. scarf down just in case. Then you place it onto your tongue and feel the warm flavors of pumpkin and cinnamon enveloping your taste buds. Texture of the pastry is firm yet buttery into your mouth. You can't quite believe just how good it is. You spend the next moments enjoying your treats, allowing each bite or sip to linger on your tongue, soaking up every bit of flavor. Once you've finished, you stand up and wave goodbye to the barista who has just come back outside to deliver 2 coffees to the other table next to you. Your body feels warm and cozy inside. After your pleasant stop at this lovely cafe, Edinburgh's Chris Bear dances around your skin along the edges of your knitted jumper as you take a left down Princes Street Gardens. But soon you pause, looking out towards Edinburgh Waverley Station with the park just a road. For a moment, you watch the world go by. All around you, you see pairs of people following the steps down into the station, while solo travelers and business people emerge, holding coffee cups and newspapers. Then you notice a young man carrying a delicate bouquet of sweet Allisons. Soft shades of dainty pink, white, and green intertwine beautifully together. He holds the stems out in front of him, careful to keep them just as nice as they were when he bought them. You watch him pull out his phone and smile as his eyes read over a text message. You imagine who the flowers are for and whether it's a special anniversary or just a second or third date. You smile at the thought of it. Then he happily waltzes up the cobbled street and you drift away towards the gardens. You go straight past the train station until you reach a set of stairs to your stomach fills with happy butterflies at the view in front of you. In this moment, Edinburgh feels like it has been pulled from a storybook set in the heart of autumn. The white concrete stairs are dressed in pumpkin orange leaves. They are scattered generously around, but seem to congregate along the sides of the stairs. In the middle is a long black railing with matching street lamps in between. Here the trees are barer than the ones in the meadows, so you admire the patterns of their branches as over the stairs. Further out, you can see thick, bright yellow, orange, and red trees dotting the park. But best of all, you have a splendid view of the grand volcanic rock, and Edinburgh Castle consume much of the impressive grey skyline. The stunning panorama makes you feel very glad to have taken such a wonderful walk on a magical day like today. You glide your fingertips along the handrail, which points to a paved footpath that wraps around the park. From here, you're able to take in more of your surroundings. Dark green shrubbery, the bright green of Scottish grass covered with mounds of fallen leaves, piles of leaves, waiting for someone to jump into them, you think with a smile. Then you notice a tiny drop of rain fall from the sky and splatter on your jacket. You are wearing a light raincoat today, and the droplet glides off your sleeve, plummeting onto the pavement. It's a good thing you remembered to bring your umbrella with you, but you decide a couple of drops here and there don't warrant bringing it out just yet. This is Scotland, after all. You are no stranger to rain here. So for now, you carry on towards the majestic Ross Fountain with its cast iron display. The castle hill slowly reveals more of itself as you walk. Droplets, taps sporadically against your jacket, yet you aren't bothered. You look around, notice 1 or 2 umbrellas carried by other people going through the park today, but most are proudly meandering, just their coats to protect them from the drizzle. Besides, there is beauty in the rain. This is evident in the vibrant green grass that covers Edinburgh, the way the city looks majestic on a gray day. The rain suits this pace, you decide. This thought sends a tingle of happiness through your body as your feet move rhythmically across the damp pavement. Soon the rain grows heavier and you reluctantly decide to use your umbrella. A clear bubble with a classic dome design. You love the style of it and the way you can still see the sky above. As you get closer to the fountain, you admire a small round puddle with a single leaf floating at its center. You look down at the water, see yourself, your umbrella, and the autumn trees reflected back at you. For a moment, you gaze at this calm reflection before carrying on. After a short while, you reach the fountain. You cherish this spot as it is so unbelievably gorgeous. The fountain is turquoise and gold and made of cast iron. At the base of the fountain, there are charming mermaids, walrus and lion heads, and even cherubs. Man, as the eye travels up to the top, there are 4 female figures designed to represent science, arts, poetry, and industry. What makes this spot all the more special is how spectacular looks with Edinburgh Castle perched so proudly at the top of the volcanic rock. It makes you appreciate this city deeply. There truly is no place like Edinburgh, you think, as the rain continues to drizzle, drumming against your umbrella. You decide to retreat to a pub. You follow the footpath towards the park exit and make your way to one of the coziest pubs in Edinburgh. Once inside, you're greeted by the warmth of a fireplace and the sound of folk musicians seated in a circle. You hear the familiar tones of flutes and fiddles and admire the backdrop of stained glass, windows, and quaint yellow lights. The welcoming environment lures you deeper into the pub. You order something warm to drink, nestle yourself into a tartan-covered booth near the fire, and relax of the music. Perhaps you will pull your book out of your tote bag and read as you enjoy the captivating ambience. Perfect retreat from the crisp Watermere, drizzly rain outside. But for now, you sit back, listen, and let it all sink in. It has been a wonderful day for an autumn walk in Edinburgh. Of this, you are sure. Imagine yourself sitting on a bus in London on a damp autumn afternoon. You've found a seat on the top deck at Azukara, the front, so you're surrounded by windows. It feels a little like flying, slowly gliding through the streets of the city, past distinguished white buildings and the sensationally red leaves of the plane trees. It's cool outside and raining lightly on and off, the typical drizzle of an English autumn, but the bus is warm and cozy with all the heaters on. This difference in temperature makes the glass steam up. Every now and then, you brush your hand against the window next to you, clearing the moisture so you have a better view. You're in a relaxed, dreamy mood. All you want to do is watch the world go by, enjoying every detail, from the street signs to the pigeons perched along the window ledges. Your gaze drifts down to the people walking in the street below, covered up with coats and umbrellas. And then you look up again to the scenery right beside you, because you're on the upper deck of the bus. You're at the same level as the second floor windows of the buildings on the street. When the bus is moving slowly or stopped at a traffic light, you can see inside offices, hotel rooms, and even people's living rooms. Few of the windows offer homey scenes. The bus slows down, stops at a red light. You clear the condensation from the glass with your fingers, creating a clear circle in the window, and peer through. You now have the perfect view into the window of a cozy flat where you can see a study lined with bookshelves. Tall standing lamp is switched on, as well as a couple of smaller table lamps which shine with a warm yellow light. See an elderly man sitting at a desk, deeply absorbed in his work, with a mug of tea or coffee. Next to him is leaning over the pages of a large book, index finger following the lines of text as he reads. There are some pictures on the wall behind him, a portrait of a woman and what looks like a print of an old map. But then you feel the engine of the bus rumble into action. As the light turns green, you're off again, leaving the man and his study behind. You love getting these little glimpses into people's lives. They're like portals into other worlds, revealed for just a few fleeting seconds. Late afternoon is the perfect time to gaze through windows. Too early for people to close their curtains, but the fading daylight means that all the lights are switched on, so the rooms are illuminated. The bus soon halts again. It's stuck in a bit of traffic, and you gaze through another window to find a young woman playing the harp. She's perfectly framed in the glass, and the ceiling lamp above her shines down like a spotlight on a stage. It seems almost intentional. Silent performance for anyone passing by. On the bus, you watch her fingers glide across the strings in quick, flurrying movements and try to imagine the sound of the music. For a moment, the noises of the bus disappear, replaced by the beautiful soaring melody of the harp. Then the bus moves on, slowly and purposefully, making its way through the city streets. But these moments of peace stay with you. You feel comfortably cocooned in the warmth of the baths, happy to let the world pass by outside. Like scenes from a slow, relaxing film without a plot, you enjoy watching through the windows, but you can also daydream, perhaps even closing your eyes for a while and resting. When you next open your eyes and look out the window, you recognize your surroundings. You see the familiar shining colors of the London Underground sign, red, white, and blue. You've arrived at Victoria Station. You could get off here and get on the tube to explore the area further. It seems to have stopped raining, and people in the street are putting their umbrellas away. But you're so comfortable on the bus, so you decide to stay for a while longer and see where it takes you. The bus continues through the streets of Westminster, and at the next stop, it fills up with tourists. You can hear all sorts of different languages being spoken in the seats behind you. The musical lilt of French and Italian, and a couple of other languages you don't recognize. You may not understand the tourists' conversations, but you can tell from the tone of their voices that they're happy and excited to be exploring the city. They're transfixed by the view from the window, pointing to signs for Buckingham Palace and Westminster Abbey, and looking out for other London icons like red telephone boxes and black taxi cabs. You turn around and see a child sitting behind you, her face pressed to the glass. In this particular moment, there's nothing special outside, just a red brick apartment building and a woman coming out of the front door, walking a small black dog. But the child is staring through the bus window, fascinated, as though she wants to absorb every little detail of the city. She seems to understand that these ordinary places are part of London too, just as representative as any famous site or tourist attraction. You're tempted to stay on the bus and continue this relaxing city tour, but you decide to make the most of the remaining daylight and take advantage of the fact that the rain has paused, at least for a little while, as the bus pulls up to the next stop. You carefully make your way down the narrow steps and through the open doors into a quiet street. On the other side of the road, there are no buildings, only an endless line of golden trees. This is St. James's Park, the oldest royal park in London. You cross the street to the entrance and walk slowly down a wide, tree-lined avenue. This park is usually full of people, office workers enjoying a lunch break, or tourists on their way to Trafalgar Square nearby. But the recent rain means that this afternoon it's quieter than usual. There are only a few people near you, a couple walking arm in arm, and a family of tourists wearing plastic ponchos for the rain. As you continue down the path, looking all around, you notice other signs of life. There are pigeons pecking at the ground beneath a bench, and tiny sparrows flitting between the trees. A small gray squirrel hops across the path in front of you and then stops just a meter away from where you're standing. The squirrels that live here are so tame and so used to the presence of humans, but they'll even take food right from your hand. This squirrel pauses to look at you, its nose twitching, and then it scampers away over the grass and up the trunk of a large tree until it's lost among the leaves. But once you've spotted one squirrel, you start noticing more. Suddenly, they seem to be everywhere, crouching in the grass or running up and down tree trunks. It's enjoyable to watch them, following their quick, nimble movements across the park. You're struck by their sense of purpose, unlike the pigeons who sit or walk around in aimless circles. Each squirrel seems focused on its own secret mission, darting quickly from one place to the next. You follow the path around the park, taking care as you walk across the damp, fallen leaves. The air is growing cooler, and you sense that it's about to rain again. But you'd like to explore a bit more and see one of the most famous landmarks here. The park is divided by a beautiful long lake passing through the trees. It seems to appear out of nowhere, a large expanse of still water, reflecting the gray clouds that drift slowly through the sky above. You walk towards the water, onto the low footbridge that crosses the lake. This bridge offers the best views. On the other side, at the far end of the park, you can see a large, elegant white building and the top of a gigantic Ferris wheel called the London Eye. There's also plenty to admire. Just looking at the lake itself, the red autumn leaves are reflected in the water along the sides of the lake, creating beautiful mirror images. Nothing disturbs the quiet stillness of the lake except for the leisurely movement of a single swan gliding effortlessly across the water. You stroll across the bridge and notice that there are other birds resting at the edge of the lake. Some are in the water and others are in the grass nearby. Underneath the golden leaves of a willow tree, there's a group of ducks, some black moorhen, and even a pelican, an impressive tall white bird. St. James's Park is famous for its pelicans. They first arrived here in 1664 when the Russian ambassador gave King Charles VI a pair of them as a gift. The descendants of these birds have remained in the park ever since. One hungry pelican used to fly away to the London Zoo to steal some fish for lunch, but generally they don't stray too far from the lake. They have everything they need here. Regular feeding sessions, as well as plenty of attention from the park's visitors. They are friendly, sociable creatures who sometimes come to sit next to people on the benches. But this particular pelican seems to be happy where he is, resting beneath the willow tree. Then you feel the first drops of rain on your skin and realize that the birds are sheltering. You put up your umbrella, a large black one that covers you completely, so you won't get too wet. You don't need to find shelter just yet, and you're happy to continue walking, especially while the rain is light. You amble slowly back across the bridge. The park is even emptier than before. The only sounds you can hear are the gentle pattering of raindrops on the surface of the lake and some distant bad song. From where you are, you can't hear the city traffic. You could even pretend for a moment that you're in the grounds of a country estate instead of the center of a bustling metropolis. You're enjoying the tranquility of the park, but you now feel ready to go back to the busy London streets. It's getting dark, and you like the idea of finding a cozy spot inside where you can warm up and dry off. This part of London is full of lovely pubs and cafes, perfect places to take shelter from the rain. You leave the park, cross a wide road, and then enter the back streets. You don't have a particular destination in mind, but you're curious to explore and see what you might stumble across. This part of the city is full of interesting sights, historic pubs, and old buildings with blue plaques on the walls commemorating famous people who once lived there. Everywhere you look, there are reminders of the past. Even the shops seem to belong to another age. You close your umbrella as you enter a covered arcade of shops, which seems almost frozen in time. There's an old-fashioned hat shop which has so many hats stacked up against the window that you can only catch a glimpse of the interior. You see light emanating from a sconce on the wall and the edge of an open door leading into another room. On the other side of the arcade is a smart, traditional barber shop with wood-paneled walls and stylish, vintage furniture, like something from a film set. You walk slowly through the arcade, peering through shop windows, listening to the echo of your shoes tapping against the stone tiles. There's some faint jazzy background music, but you aren't sure where it's coming from. When you come out at the other end of the arcade, it's like a time warp back to the present. You're greeted by cars and taxis and the neon light from a supermarket sign. The rain is gradually starting to get heavier. The pita-pata of raindrops on your umbrella is louder now, and small puddles are forming in the gray pavement. You pass a few cafes and coffee shops that look inviting. There are free seats and tables inside, but you feel like walking just a little bit further. You're not sure exactly what you're looking for, but when you find it, you'll know no matter what the weather is, there will always be some shoppers and tourists in this part of the city, and nobody seems to really mind the rain. People walk briskly, carrying umbrellas or wearing raincoats. Even the dogs are dressed for the weather. As you turn the corner, you pass a small brown dog that resembles a teddy bear wearing a miniature plastic coat. It's trotting happily next to its owner, carefully navigating around each puddle to avoid its pores getting wet. You walk on, deeper into the heart of the city. You follow your instinct, hardly aware of which direction you're heading in. On a whim, you turn off the main road and into a quiet street, even though at first glance there's nothing there but the back doors of shops and restaurants. The facade of one building seems particularly anonymous, with black walls and frosted glass windows you can hardly see through. There are no signs to indicate what it might be, but then you look up and see a glowing sign in the shape of a lantern sticking out from the side of the building. The sign feels somehow familiar, although you can't explain why. It's like something you read about in a book long ago or saw in a dream. The sign bears a traditional English pub name, like many of the pubs in the cities. It's probably been around for hundreds of years, so you're curious to see what the interior looks like. The door is hidden on the side of the building down a narrow alleyway. You close your umbrella and shake off the raindrops, push open a creaky old door, and walk inside. Your first impression is one of warmth. There's a crackling fire in the middle of the room, and the people sitting at the tables have taken off their coats and jackets. They look comfortable and relaxed, chatting happily over their drinks. A couple of men in the corner are even playing a game of chess. In some ways, it looks more like a living room than a pub. There are other signs that this is no ordinary room. The walls are decorated with an eclectic display of mirrors and old paintings, and the wooden floor is covered with sawdust, an old-fashioned technique for soaking up spilled liquid. A wall near the entrance is covered with newspaper clippings dating back more than 100 years. An Arby sign says that this is one of London's oldest pubs and has been a gathering place for writers and artists for centuries. You leave your umbrella by the entrance and walk slowly across the room, spotting more quirky details, like a glass case with a collection of corkscrews and a vintage telephone. And then you spot something moving near your feet. A black cat hurries past you. It pauses halfway up the steps of Arbai staircase. Instead of a collar around its neck, it's wearing a white Elizabethan ruff. This aristocratic cat sits on the steps, watching you. It looks as though it's waiting for someone to take its photo or paint its portrait. Then it suddenly turns and continues up the carpeted stairs out of sight. You decide to follow the cat and see what's upstairs. There must be another part of the pub, a secret room. Perhaps, as you climb, you notice a sign in the shape of a pointing hand. Another invitation to keep exploring. You can hear the steps creaking, the soft murmur of voices, and some faint music. Cheerful jazz from the 1930s playing quietly in the background. When you reach the top step, you find the source of the sounds. Your standing tea room, where people sit and chat over cups of tea. A vinyl record spins round and round on a record player in the corner of the room. You were expecting to find yourself in another part of the pub, but this is a separate cafe that just happens to be connected by a staircase. Next to the stairs is a sign in cursive script that reads, "Welcome to London's secret tea room." A few of the tables are occupied by other people, but the small one in the far corner is free. It's a low wooden table next to a plush velvet love seat. There's also a standing lamp with an old-fashioned tassel lamp shade, which emits a warm golden glow. And nearby is a small window with lace curtains. From here, you can see its glasses covered by trails of raindrops. You cross the room, walking past a couple enjoying afternoon tea with scones and sandwiches, and a young woman on her own reading a book as she waits for her steaming cup of tea to cool. Then you sit down on the comfy sofa and sink into the cushions. It's only now you realize just how much you needed to get off your feet and relax for a while. After your long walk, you've earned an equally long rest. Friendly waitress in a white apron comes to take your order, and then a few moments later, you're greeted by another friend, the black cat. He pairs and jumps up onto the cushion beside you. You stroke his fur and scratch him behind his ears, noticing how wonderfully warm and soft he is. The cat seems to relish attention and affection, powering happily and nudging his head against you, encouraging you to keep petting him. While you wait for the tea to arrive, you gaze out of the window. The glass is becoming wet and is steaming up, so it's harder to hang out the details, but you can glimpse the darkening sky and blurred golden shapes, the autumn leaves of a tree moving gently in the wind and rain. You feel so happy to be here, warm and dry, in the tea room on a wet afternoon, and you find it deeply relaxing to watch the rain. If you listen carefully, beneath the piano music that crackles softly on the record player, you can also hear it. You focus on the raindrops quietly tapping against the window. It's a monotonous, calming sound. Listening to the soft pattern, you're slowly long into total relaxation. If you close your eyes, you could even fall asleep. Once there lived an astronomer who was mesmerized by the night sky. He would stay awake all night, admiring the constellations sparkling in the darkness overhead. He lived in a small village in ancient Greece, where the mountains climbed up from the sea. The hillside was dotted with small houses which formed a constellation of their own. But although he lived in a wonderful place, He had a singular passion. Once he was awakened to the beauty of the night sky. It wasn't long before the astronomer cared for nothing else. The astronomer lived in a squat white house, adorned simply with a bed, dresser, desk, and chair. He didn't need much else, because all he did in the house was sleep and record the constellations while sitting at his desk. He had no need for a table or chairs for your guests, as he rarely entertained a single friend or relative. He had no time for such things, when there was always more of the night sky to discover. What wonders must still lie above to help people navigate, tell the time, and read the seasons, he thought. In his dreams, all he saw were the stars. He wished he could float into space to get a better look at the pinpricks of light that made up his life's work. The little corner of Greece where he lived was blessed with clear skies, and the astronomer wanted to discover as much of them as he could. Each night, he wandered further from the village, feet pacing over the rocky ground, to see the stars from different viewpoints in the village. The town's people farmed, gardened, and fished every day. All who lived there knew everything about everyone else, and so the astronomer felt there was much more possibility in the heavens. Wanting to take full advantage of his nighttime strolls, the astronomer slept in the hot afternoon. Friends and family enjoyed long meals together. At night, while they slumbered, he wandered the fields alone, climbing rolling hills and strolling on rocky paths, always gazing skyward. Foreign broke, and the rest of the village was waking up. The astronomer would tuck himself away in the privacy of his home and write down his observations from the night before. Then he'd drift off to sleep, dreaming of the night ahead. He was so consumed by the world of galaxies, planets, and celestial bodies. All the most exciting things, so the astronomer thought, happened at night. During the day, light illuminated all. But when the night sky took over, so much remained a mystery. It was a challenge to learn about it all. He watched the seasons pass through the stars, the landscape changing around him while he slept. Since he only went out at night, the astronomer never noticed the blooming of new flowers in spring, or the sweet, earthy scent of autumn. Someone else had already learned all there was to know about everything. Land. What hid in the night sky was untapped potential, secrets, and unanswered questions. The astronomer watched our Nemesis hunt in the stars. He sought the gods of Olympus in the constellations, sometimes under the glint of the moon. He would visit the temple of Artemis to pay tribute to the beauty shining in the sky above. The temple in his village had an open roof, which was perfect for stargazing. He barely noticed the architect's marble columns or carved statues, as he only cared for the creations above. One night, the astronomer was out for his walk, gazing up at the stars, as he always did. He was admiring the way the Big and Little Dipper fits perfectly together. Not looking where he was going, he tripped over a log and found himself tangled in his robes on the ground. His neighbor happened to hear the commotion, came out to see what had happened. The astronomer chuckled at his clumsiness and gathered himself together. Thus, the neighbor helped him to his feet. He said, "My friend, why do you spend so much time looking at the stars when you fail to see what is right in front of you?" The astronomer laughed. He thought of the beauty in the stars and the night sky, the joy of gazing up walls so far away from his own. But perhaps his neighbor was right. Maybe he spent too much time looking up at the sky and not enough time enjoying what was given to him on Earth. The astronomer returned home, and for the first time since he was a child, fell asleep at night. He awoke in the morning to the town coming alive. The sounds of laughter and quiet chatter rolled in the warm breeze outside. Fast, the astronomer felt gloomy. What had he missed in the heaven last night? But then, as he dressed and went outside, his smile slowly grew. The same neighbor who had helped him the night before invited him over for breakfast. There was delicious, soft, crusty bread, crisp on the outside and doughy on the inside, along with hard cheeses and a warm mug of strong coffee. How long had it been since the astronomer had eaten freshly baked bread or enjoyed a mug of coffee shared with a friend as they sat and sipped their coffee around the outdoor table? The astronomer told the neighbor's wife what had happened the night before. When they were finished, the couple decided to accompany him on a walk around the village. They were determined to help him experience everything they loved about their hometown. They set off together to walk down the lane. "Doesn't the soft earth feel wonderful beneath your feet?" they asked him. "Can you smell the fresh bread and coffee all the other villagers are enjoying this morning?" The astronomist's senses were delighted by the aroma of breakfast, and he noticed how the earth was slightly soft but still firm beneath his feet, cushioning each step he took. In all the hours he had spent wandering, he'd never realized how wonderful it could be if he had paid so much attention to the ground the night before. Perhaps he never would have tripped. They walked past a woman selling fruit from a little stand. "I haven't seen you in a while," the fruit seller called to the astronomer, waving him over. "Let's share some fresh juice together." She squeezed oranges into a cup. They let off the delicate and enticing floral scent of orange blossoms. When he took his first sip, the cool, sweet taste of the juice filled his mouth. "Yes, the stars at night are beautiful, but you can't drink the stars," he mused to himself. In that moment, the astronomer thought the glittering constellations only looked half as sweet as this earthly delight. When the neighbors told the fruit seller of their mission to help him see the beauty of the town, she said they must go and visit her niece's garden, for if you are enjoying the wonders on Earth, up was the best place in town to do so. "I'll show you the way," she said, closing up her stool in favor of a new adventure. As they walked down the lane, more and more of their neighbors came out to join them. They weren't used to seeing the astronomer out and about during the day, so they each had a spot they wanted to show him. The astronomer couldn't remember the last time he'd been around so many people. He had opted for the quiet of night rather than the noises of daytime. But now that he was truly listening, he could hear the music in his friends' voices. When the group arrived at Bernice's garden, she welcomed them with open arms. What an honor to have the great astronomer in my garden for the very first time, she said with a smile. Together, he and the town's people admired the flowers. The niece pointed to a bunch of red blues growing around a wooden archway. These are special wildflowers created by Aphrodite, she told him. The astronomer stood under the arch, admiring the red and green, mixing with the brown wood overhead. Flowers smelt piney and a little sweet. I enjoyed them immensely. Next, they looked at a patch of beautiful purple irises. When the astronomer peered at them closely, he could see the white circles surrounding the yellow center that gave the flower its distinctive name. They gazed at orange lilies and white orchids, immersing themselves in the fresh and fragrant air of the garden. When it was time to leave, the niece decided to join the rest of her neighbors on their walk around the village, watching the astronomer experiencing these pleasures for the first time was reminding everyone just how wonderful life on Earth could be. The astronomer strolled in the middle of the group as they left the center of the village and continued down the road to the Temple of Apollo. The pillars of the temple glittered in the sunlight. The astronomer noticed the change underfoot as he stepped from the dark path to the temple's marble floor. The heat of the day was growing, and he appreciated the cool ground beneath him and the roof above. It was quite different from the temple of Artemis Ether. He took a moment to stand still, his feet pressed into the marble, and a gentle breeze wound its way through the pillars, keeping him cool in the shade of the temple. The other townspeople around him explore to the building, admiring the statues and carvings on the walls. He enjoyed her feeling of staying still while the world moved around him. Perhaps he needs not always be in motion. Sometimes it was best to take a break from work and study and just enjoy existing in the moment. When he was ready, he walked slowly around the walls of the temple, admiring the details. The great artists and architects had embedded them into this special place, which was used for community gatherings and for paying homage to the gods. When the sun rose higher in the sky, the group left the temple and gathered in the shaded village square for lunch. They each shared what they had: soft cheeses, leftover bread from the morning, roasted barley, and juicy olives. The astronomer relished each burst of flavor in his mouth before he had hurried through meals, stealing bites in between long periods of stargazing. Now he appreciated taking the time to savor these delicious foods. How have I never taken the time to really experience this before? He wondered. He ate slowly, enjoying the sweet and salty tastes intermingled on his tongue, and noticing how the crunchy barley and soft cheese complemented each other perfectly. When they'd finished the main course, the fruit seller fetched a basket of her produce for dessert. The villagers drizzled the different fruits with honey, making them even sweeter. Decadent, the astronomer took a bite of each, lighting in the rich flavors. After the meal, the people lazily walked back to their homes for an hour. Now they waved goodbye to each other and promised to visit again soon. Sleep during the day was one thing the astronomer was used to, but when he got home and lay down on his bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Instead, He paid attention to the soft sound of his breath moving in and out of his body. He listened to the gentle twittering of birds outside, accompanied by the soft buzzing of bees through the open window. He smelled the flowers in the garden. A light gust of wind brought in all the delightful aromas of herbs, spices, and greenery. He lay there, resting his body, the senses to immerse himself in the world around him. As the sun drifted lower in the sky, the astronomer heard a knock at the door. His neighbors had come to fetch him. There was one more thing they wanted to show him this evening. Together, they walked the winding path up the mountain next to the village. The path was narrower here, and the parade of townsfolk carried blankets and baskets on their heads. The evening breeze rustled the shrubs around them, and birds followed along above, wondering where the procession of villages was going. The astronomer watched the clicking heels of the woman in front of him, and had the footsteps of the man behind. His senses felt alive and heightened in a way he had never experienced before. Even at night, when they reached a plateau, they spread out the blankets and unpacked the food. Looking around, he realized everyone had brought all of the finest things in their pantries. The farmer took out fresh vegetables and meats. The fishermen unpacked salted herring and calamari. Boiled eggs were sliced and passed around, and everyone shared wine from an ornate glass jug. The people talked and laughed, but the astronomer sat in silence, taking everything in. He listened to the stories of his new friends' lives that he had so often ignored before, saw the way the trees swayed in the wind, casting shadows on the rocks. On the mountainside, he could see the village below and the peak of the mountain above, and he enjoyed the aromas of all the different foods the people had lovingly prepared. Soon, the sun began to paint the sky in vibrant hues. In all the time the astronomer had sortless stars, he had never before appreciated their opening act. He had always waited for the sunset to finish and night to fall, but now that he had slowed down, he could admire each shade of yellow, pink, red, and purple as the sun lowered itself sleepily behind the mountain's peak. When the final rays of sun disappeared beneath the horizon, the villagers packed up the remaining food, folded the blankets, ready to go home for the night. But the astronomer stopped them. "Now I have something to show you," he said. His friends unfilled their blankets and lay down on the soft earth, watching the sky grow dark overhead. Glittering white and yellow stars began to poke through the darkness, delighting the villages. Watching from below, the astronomer had seen the stars many times before, but he'd never noticed how their bright light brought out the shadows of the trees and heightened the contrast of the ground below. He lay back on his blanket, admiring each constellation as it revealed itself. One by one, he pointed them out to the villagers, who were appreciative to be sharing his knowledge. "I understand why you like to walk night, but isn't it also wonderful still under the stars?" his neighbor asked him. The astronomer nodded his head in agreement. He didn't always have to be searching for something new when so much beauty revealed itself around him every night. He wanted to fully take it in, not rushed to discover the next thing. As they lay there, stargazing, the villagers felt their eyelids growing heavy. They began to yawn, and they knew it was time to pack up their things, go home to bed. In a slow and careful line, they tiptoed down the mountain. The astronomer felt the path beneath his feet, noticing each pebble or twig he passed over. The stars illuminated the way home, and as they walked, the villagers whispered of all they'd seen in the sky above. When they reached the village square, all the townspeople waved goodbye, one after another. They retreated into their homes, finding cozy spots on soft mattresses and under warm blankets. The astronomer, too, went back to his house, but instead of crawling into bed, he brought a pillow and blanket outside. He laid them down on a soft patch of grass and rested his head on the pillow. Tonight, he would dream of stars again, but this time he would fully realize their beauty. He slowly let his eyes close as the light breathes and gentle hooting of owls lulled him to sleep. Under the glorious night sky, the horizon is ablaze in fiery red, deep orange, and blush pink. The vibrant sunset is only visible in slivers between the trees, which stand thick and tall around you. But what you can see of it is truly magnificent. The sky above is darkening to a silvery blue as night approaches, and the very first stars are beginning to twinkle faintly. Their brilliance will grow as darkness falls. Here in the forest, your private cabin stands behind you, a haven of comfort and rest. You'll head inside to sleep in a while, but now you want to enjoy one of the best parts of where you're staying, the fire pit. It's large and ringed with heavy gray stones. Despite their jagged angles, they fit together well, creating a protective circle around the center. The remnants of someone else's fire are still visible. Small chunks of blackened wood and mounds of ash provide the perfect base for the one you'll make now. From a short stand near the cabin's porch, you collect an armful of kindling. Your hosts were kind enough to leave some crumpled newspaper and wood shavings to help you start the fire. You carry them all over to the pit and set them down in an untidy heap. One by one, you place the pieces of newspaper and bundles of wood shavings inside until they form a neat mound. All around you, there are tufts of fallen pine needles on the ground, as well as dry leaves and grasses. You amble around the fire pit, collecting handfuls of them to use as tinder, careful not to unsettle the mound you've already built. You push the tinder into the cracks and crevices near the edge of the stone circle. There's a box of extra long matches. You tap open the cardboard and slide out one of the thin wooden fire starters, holding it gently between your fingers. You strike it on the rough red side of the box. In an instant, the end of the match sparks to life, sending up a little puff of sulfur, which tickles your nose. You carefully poke it into the pile, watching as the edges of the newspaper begin to glow and curl back on themselves. Before long, the mound goes up in flames. Carefully, you rest the pieces of kindling on top. The thin, rough splinters of wood stand in a jumble around the burning center, like matchsticks dropped on the ground. But soon, they begin to catch as well. The fire is lit. For a moment, you sit back on your heels, admiring your handiwork. Kindling bands slowly, but you know it's deceptive. If you don't build up the fire, soon it could go out. You stand, walk back over to the porch. Your hosts have left you a generous stack of firewood for you to use as you please. With a keen eye, you gather just the right size and shape logs for the new blaze. The rough wood rests in your arms as you carry it back to the pit. Unlike with the kindling, you have to be more careful setting these pieces down. They're much heavier and could roll away from you. A couple of the logs knock against each other, making a pleasantly hollow sound, like a person tapping on a wooden table. From the look of it, you'd guess these logs are oak maple or ash. They've been split well and were stacked in even rows by the porch. You pick up the first log, which rests comfortably in your hand, taking care not to get too close to the flames themselves. You rest the wood against one side of the pyramid of kindling. The rough mound collapses slightly under its weight, causing the embers below to burn even more brightly. Fusion of oxygen. A cloud of tiny sparks flies up from the coals, engulfing the log. You watch closely as it begins to burn. First, you notice a faint glow around the cut edge of the lock. The bark lights up before the core, which resists the flame at first, but soon the end catches fire. The red and orange flames travel up the spine of the lock, reaching the other end in a matter of minutes. That's your cue to add another. The second log rests at an odd angle against the first. Licks of fire hop onto its bark and then push down to the thick center. You place a third log against the first two, forming a tent shape. This will help you have a strong structure as you continue to build the fire for the rest of the night. Near the fire pit, there's a long tree trunk resting on two sturdy stumps. It's a kind of rough-hewn bench, placed the perfect distance from the fire. You test it gently with your hand before taking a seat. It feels sturdy and has a little bounce as you press on. When you sit down, the rough bark prickles the back of your legs, but it's not uncomfortable. If anything, it serves as a reminder that the forest is the natural environment here. You can sense the heat from the fire on the front of your legs and on your cheeks. It's a delightful contrast to the night, which is cool without being cold. The fire's warmth wraps around you like steam from a bath, making you feel comfy. The content: a light breeze rustles the trees. You can hear the tall trunks creaking as they sway back and forth. Branches move and shift, rubbing against one another. High above the ground, small clumps of pine needles dropped to the forest floor. With delicate thumbs, every gust of wind sends up a flurry of embers from the campfire. It reminds you of blowing into a fireplace as a child and watching the sparks dance their way up the chimney and out of sight. The breeze brings out to the slight chill in the air. At the end of your lock bench, you notice some neatly folded blanket left for you by your hosts. You silently thank them for their kindness and consideration as you reach for it. Thick fleece cascades around your lap as you unfold it in a single motion. Then you wrap it around your shoulders, crossing the edges over your chest and tucking the corners under your legs. Not only is it cozy, it feels protective. Wrapped around you this way, the cool air touches your face and hands, but your core remains a wonderfully warm, temperate. For a little while, you close your eyes, enjoying all the sensations happening right now. In this very moment, fire crackles and snaps near your feet. Every once in a while, it lets off a longer pop or hiss as the fire finds pockets of sap. You can feel curtains of warmth billowing toward you. With the breeze, they say, encircles your legs and reaches through the blanket. You also sense the heat on your eyelids, which are sensitive to changes in temperature. You can see the rippling reddish orange glow through them too, evidence of a fire burning in the darkness in the forest beyond your private fire. Pity. Crickets chirp and hum. Few birds make a long, low causes to each other through the trees. Some of the animals who are more active at night shuffle through the woods. In the distance, you hear the faraway snapping of twigs and rustling of underbrush. Though you can't see it or hear it, you're aware of the little cabin standing behind you. It's your safe haven for the night, and you welcome the comforting shelter and rest it promises. Without thinking about it, you shift your weight on the tree trunk bench. It creaks as it bounces the tiniest bit. Your shoes crunch across the dry ground, laden with pine needles beneath your feet. They feel like pillows. You imagine that despite the name, they might be quite comfortable to rest on for a while. Forest air is fresh and clean. There's a hint of pine, which intermingles with the scent of dry and dusty fallen leaves. Smoke from the fire brings notes of oak, maple, and ash to your nose. You notice that every lock smells slightly different as it burns. Opening your eyes once more, you pick up a long stick resting by your feet and use it to poke the fire. The charred stump of a log disintegrates into hundreds of smaller pieces with the pressure. It's as though you've broken a magic spell that had been keeping them all together with the heat. Second log has mostly turned to ash, with a few lumps of bent wood mixed in. When you stir the ash with your stick, it sends up a thick gray cloud that smells of dust and smoke. You pick up another log resting by the rim of the fire pit and toss it onto the embers. Tendrils of fire creep up its sides, consuming it slowly and deliberately. You use the stick to agitate it every once in a while, watching how the shape of the fire adjusts to compensate. Occasionally, its foundation breaks apart and the lock drops a few inches, sending up another plume of sparks and smoke. Over time, the fire grows brighter and dimmer in turn. You add more logs. Watch them burn to ash. The heat rises with a crackling lock and then diminishes as the flames recede behind a wall of glowing embers. Fire has a natural cycle, just like all other things in nature. You think if you watch it for long enough, you learn its patterns and rhythms. As you watch the logs burn, you feel your eyelids beginning to grow heavy. After some time, the flames die down until all that's left is a smoldering pile of embers and ash. You blink slowly, and the glowing coals blur at the edge of your vision. A yawn makes its way up your chest. You let it out, stretching your arms over your head. Sleepiness is overtaking you. It's time to get ready for bed. You'll put out the fire and then tuck yourself into the cozy sheets inside your quaint little cabin. Earlier, you noticed a bucket of water. The porch. Standing up, you feel your leg muscles engage. They carry you towards the cabin, where you retrieve the bucket. With a slow motion of your hands, you pour the water over the smoldering remains of your campfire. The hot rocks ringing the fire pit hiss as billowing clouds of steam escape. It reminds you of being in a sauna, feeling the warm moisture touch your chest and chin. Pick up handfuls of dirt and trickle them over the fire pit. They'll douse any last embers that might be left. Smell of smoke and dash is stronger now. It mixes with the fresh aroma of the nature around you, creating a familiar scent you've always associated with camping in the woods. With a smile, you remember you'll get to sleep in a crisp, clean bed tonight. Feels so luxurious to be out here, tucked away in the forest, but with all the creature comforts you could possibly desire. Once you're satisfied, the fire is safely out. You set down your stick, fold up the blanket, leaving it in a tidy square draped over the log. You hope the next person to stay here will get use out of it, just as you did. Without the fire, you can appreciate how dark it truly gets here in the woods. The inky blackness around you is so complete, you can't even make out the shape of your hands or arms in front of you. Looking up, you see the dark outlines of the pine trees stretching into a midnight blue sky, where millions of dazzling stars twinkle and shine above you. They are scattered across the vastness of space, like sequins on an evening gown. Directly above you can see the Milky Way galaxy, drawing an elegant white arch through the sky. When the fire burned brightly, you could barely make out any of the stars. There was too much light at high level, but now it's as though the entirety of the universe is at your fingertips, closer and more breathtaking than you've ever seen it before. You consider these secrets that nature holds. Sometimes it takes the absence of one thing for another to shine. The longer you stand there beside the fire pit, the more your eyes adjust to the darkness that surrounds you so completely. Soon you're able to make out vague shapes, like the log bench, some of the largest stones in the ring. By your feet, you see the outline of your cabin and slowly make your way towards it, stepping carefully across the uneven ground. How wonderful it is to have the stars guide you back to your home tonight, you think. You appreciate the beauty of this moment and how it's helped you slow down and appreciate the wonder that's all around. You reach the porch, turn right, looping around the side of the cabin. There you find the set of steps leading to a sliding glass door. Opening it, you feel inside with your fingertips for the light switch. With a final glance up at a night sky, you flip the switch, which floods your cabin with soft light. You step inside and close the door behind you. Making your way over to the bed, you turn on the lamp on the side table and turn off the overhead lighting. This way, it will be easier to make the room dark again. Once you're in bed, you feel another yawn coming on and let it out, blinking slowly as sleepiness wells up within you, changing into your pajamas. You fold your day clothes and place them beside the bed. Finally, you're ready to climb in. You turn off the lamp, and a blanket of darkness falls on the cabin. Using your sense of touch alone, you pull back the sheets and slip in between them, feeling how cool and smooth they are. Against your skin, you settle down under the covers and let your head sink into the cloud-like pillow. Yawning a third time, you shift until you're in the perfect spot, and then close your eyes. You're too tired to think of anything particular, so you let your mind wander back to the campfire outside. You think of the flames dancing across the logs and the smell of the ash and wood. You feel the warmth of the fire moving toward you with the breeze, and you hear the gentle sounds of snapping, hissing, and crackling, which soothe you into peaceful dreams and a good night's sleep. The car tires crunch as you make your way down the loose gravel drive. You turned off the highway several minutes ago and are now being carried deep into the forest. Along this secluded lane, you're heading to a quiet bed and breakfast that promised to be off the beaten track, and so far, it seems to be living up to its description. Tall trees arch over the car, forming an intertwined web of branches that obscures your view of the sky. Every so often, you spot a dark cloud passing overhead and watch until it drifts behind a thick trunk and out of sight. The road turns unpredictably, weaving in and out of the trees. You're never able to see more than a few dozen feet ahead of you at a time before it twists away, leading even deeper into the woods. The directions say you should stay on this gravel track for several miles, so you cruise along slowly and carefully. You're in no hurry to get there. You'll arrive when you can, and not a moment sooner. Through the glass, you can see there's a light wind outside. You roll down the window, letting in some fresh air. As soon as it's open, just a sliver, a cool, crisp breeze flows into the car. It brings with it the scent of damp leaves and pine needles, moss and oak. You relish the feeling of the air on your cheeks and smile as you navigate down the lonesome road. This is just what you were hoping for, a cozy spot tucked away in nature to relax and restore your mind and spirit. The road curves to the left and then drifts to the right before leading you to a narrow gravel parking area in front of a humble bed and breakfast. With your first look at your home away from home, you like what you see. The exterior is made of stacked split locks like a classic log cabin, 2 stories tall with checkered curtains in every window. 2 large bushy trees, heavy with clusters of tiny red berries, loom over it on either side, and a short fence encloses a pretty garden in the back. Above the midnight blue door is a hand-painted sign. It shows the silhouette of a wolf howling at a large, glowing moon hanging low in the sky, and it bears the name Luna Lodge. Luna Lodge. You whisper to yourself, feeling the way the words play on your tongue. It's a pretty name, romantic even. You imagine you'll feel quite at home here for the next few days. Beside the door is a round button for the bell. You press it gently and hear a faint ringing sound echo within. You wait for a few moments, but there's no answer, so you try the bell. A second time, all is quiet in Luna Lodge. Taking a step back, you look around to see if there's a sign. Perhaps you can call the owner to let you in. Just then, you notice a thin envelope resting against the bottom of the door frame with your name on it. You pick it up and use your finger to slide open the flap. Inside is a note written in an elegant, sloping hand. "Welcome to Luna Lodge." It reads, "You'll find the key under the mat. Please come inside and make yourself at home. My apologies for not being here to greet you in person. I hope to meet you in the morning." It's signed by the owner. You notice a hastily scribbled postscript at the bottom. P.S. The note continues. "It might be best to keep to your room tonight. I hope you'll find it and to your liking." How strange, you think to yourself, but looking up at the sky, you see heavy storm clouds drifting past. Perhaps it's predicted to rain tonight, and he wants to make sure you'll be safe and dry. You appreciate the owner's thoughtfulness and give him a word of thanks in your mind before retrieving the key. So right where he promised it would be, under the mat, you slide it into the lock and turn the knob. The door opens into a cozy little parlor that doubles as a breakfast nook. Right across from the entrance is a desk with a handful of pamphlets. You idly flip through them. There's a guide to local flora and fauna, a page of recommended nature walks, and the tattered almanac that lists the sunrise and sunset times for the year, along with the moon phases every month. There's also a second envelope addressed to you. Inside is a metal key attached to a plastic keychain with the room number stamped on it. It looks like you'll be staying in room 2 on the second floor. You slip the key into your pocket and continue surveying the entryway. To the right is a modest grouping, wooden tables and chairs. They all look as though they've been roughly carved by hand and polished. The heady scent of pine and sandalwood was the air, making you think of wintry evenings in a hidden forest. The ceiling here is low. While you don't have to bend down, you sense the presence of it not too far above your head. But rather than feeling cramped, it makes the room seem quaint and welcoming, like someone's living room. This is the kind of place that makes you think of home. But now, it seems as though you're the only guest. That's fine by you, as it will give you a bit more space and privacy to relax, which is just what you need. You're looking forward to having a few days without the pressing demands of everyday life. No deadlines, no work, nothing to do but enjoy a cup of hot tea and a good book by the fireplace. With a smile, you carry your bag over to the carpeted stairs and begin to climb. Every other step seems to creak with the weight, but your footfalls are padded by the thick emerald green carpet. The interior of the lodge looks like something from another age. It's as though it's been frozen in time, tucked away in the forest, removed from the influence of passing years. The wood-paneled walls reflect the sounds of your shoes on the floor and the rustling of your bag against your body. Paired with the carpet, it makes the environment feel close and secure, like someone's private home. You reach the second floor, landing and glance around until your eyes settle on room number 2. There's a charming bundle of purple flowers hanging on the door. You've never seen this type of bloom, made into such a decoration before. Violet-colored blossoms hang like hoods in a column of a central stem. The leaves of a spindly fern-like plant are nestled into the gaps, filling out the space between. It really is a beautiful display, you think. A lovely personal touch from the thoughtful owner of Lunar Lodge. You pull out the key from your pocket and go to insert it in the lock when something unusual catches your eye. The lock and the doorknob are a gleaming, brushed silver color, but all the other doors down the hall have standard brass knobs, which are much older. By the look of it, perhaps your door was being tricky and needed new hardware. You muse. Either way, the key fits. You open the sturdy door, walk inside your room, and let it shut. Gently behind you have been placed in a suite, it seems, from the entryway. You have the choice of going straight ahead or to the right. Ahead is a pleasant seating area, complete with overstuffed couches and armchair and a small fireplace. To the right is an open doorway leading to the bedroom, where an enormous bed as soft as clouds is waiting for you on the bedside table, and again on the coffee table by the couches. Sits of ours filled with the same bluish purple flowers. They vaguely remind you of lupine, the way the blossoms climb the stem, but they aren't quite the same. They stand in contrast to the heavy-looking furniture. The coffee table appears to be made of raw thyme, with a gleaming silver top. Turning around to look at the room from a different perspective, you notice a bundle of leaves hanging above the door. Moving closer, you see it's a bunch of mistletoe dangling upside down, its stems tied together with silver ribbon. Delicate white berries dot the bright green leaves like snowflakes, but a strange decoration for a room in autumn, think. But still, you like how it adds a splash of color to the entryway, so you decide to leave it there. You set your bag down near the door, planning to unpack it later on. You'd like to do a bit of exploring first. From your bag, you get your jacket, hat, and scarf in case you decide to go outside. You imagine it's probably quite chilly at night here in the forest with your key in your pocket. And a last glance around the room. You head out into the hallway. Rather than going straight back to the landing and down the stairs, you decide to have a look around on the second floor. A handful of other rooms line the hall, but none of them are in use at the moment, like other bed and breakfasts you've stayed at before. This one has a few aesthetic touches that hint at Leona's personality. It's kept clean and neat, despite being an old building. A waist-high glass table stands at the end of the hall, holding a bunch of the same purple flowers and a lacy green leaves, and along the upper edge of the wall, above the tops of the door frames, is a wallpaper border. On it is a repeating pattern, the silhouette of a wolf howling at a bright full moon. It matches the sign on the front of the building. You realize it seems to be an appropriate image for a lodge tucked away in the woods. Turning back towards the stairs, you make your way down to the first floor, but instead of going into the breakfast nook, you walk around the back of the stairs into a large sitting room. You imagine that this is where guests can come and relax together on an evening like this one, playing board games, drinking tea, or simply gazing at a crackling fire in the fireplace, as you're the only guest and the owner is away for the night. The fireplace is dark. It would be quite pretty, you think, with the flames reflecting off the cranberry red walls and emerald carpet. Above the fireplace is a solid wood mantelpiece in the center. You find a bouquet of the same purple flowers in a glass vase. It's nestled between two bunches of mistletoe and an array of the lacy leaves. Above the mantel is a wide painting hanging on the wall, but instead of being a family portrait or a tranquil landscape, this is an oil painting of a bright full moon hanging low above the same kind of tree that stands outside the lodge. You wonder if the owner is a botanist or otherwise fascinated by flowers, plants, and trees. As you're about to step back from the fireplace, you notice something on the floor. Bending down, you see that it's a tuft of dark gray, black fur. The owner didn't mention having a dog. Perhaps it just visited for a time, you think. Standing up, you return to the front desk. You remember seeing a pamphlet on local flora and fauna, and you'd like to check and see if it has the name of the purple flowers in it. It doesn't take you long to locate the folded informational booklet on the desk. Opening it, you trace your fingertip down the page, scanning for any mention of flowers and leaves, not finding anything of use. You flip it over to check the other side. There, just along the fold, is a picture of the purple flowers. It's labeled Aiken item, commonly known as monk's hood blue rocket or wolfsbane. How curious, you think to yourself. You've heard of the plant before, but never seen it kept inside like this. You scan the rest of the page, searching for the leafy plant mixed in with the wolf's bane on the door and in the vase, but there isn't anything resembling it to be found here. You set aside the pamphlet and walk into the breakfast nook. There on the back wall is a bookshelf filled with old-looking books. Some are leather-bound, while others have tattered fabric bindings. Scanning the shelves, you soon find that your intuition was right. There's a volume dedicated to local plant law. Its weathered green cover has seen better days, but all the pages seem to be intact. You open the book, inhaling deeply the comforting scent of musty old pages. Turning them one by one, you soon come to the section you're looking for. About a quarter of the way through, you find an image of the leafy plant. It's labeled Artemisia, or common wormwood. Further down the page is a sketch of a mistletoe hanging in a bundle, and of a mountain ash tree, also known as rowan, with its clusters of red berries, standing beside a house below that, where the section on law about the users of these plants is supposed to be. The page is torn. The bottom half is missing. Only a tattered edge of old paper remaining. With a sigh, you place the book on the shelf. You'll have to look it up elsewhere once you're back in town. Just then, you feel a yawn rising up through your chest. You stretch your arms out and blink slowly. It's nearing bedtime, and you're quite tired, especially after a long day of driving. But before heading off to sleep, there's one more thing you'd like to do. You recall seeing a garden behind the lodge. Even if it's just for a few minutes, you'd like to step outside, get some fresh air, and walk around a bit before climbing into bed. You're happy you remembered to bring your jacket, scarf, and hat. Putting them on you open the front door of Luna Lodge and step out to the brisk night air. The sky overhead is dark and overcast. Stars twinkle brightly between the tree branches whenever there's a gap in the thin, wispy clouds. Taking a deep breath, you feel the cool air enter your lungs. When you breathe out, it condenses into the slightest hint of fog. You imagine the first frost must be coming soon to this part of the forest. With your gloved hands and your pockets for warmth, you walk around the side of the lodge until you reach the gate. It only stands at about knee height and is more ornamental than anything. You lift the latch and step inside the garden. This place must have been beautiful in summer. You can see traces of leafy bushes and tangled vines, but now all that remains are the bare tendrils and stems of autumn as the plants prepare for the winter months. You've come here during a time of change and transformation. From icy pine trees rustle around you as if in agreement, and then you notice a shift in the light. The garden has been shrouded in darkness beneath the overcast sky, but now it's illuminated in shades of silver and gold. Looking up, you see the clouds have parted, revealing an enormous full moon hanging low and heavy in the sky. As the final wisp of cloud drifts away from its edge, long, echoing call sounds through the woods. It's a howl unlike any you've ever heard before. The sound of it prickles your skin, making the hairs on your arm stand on end. For some reason, at this moment, you recall the scribbled words at the bottom of the lodge owner's note. It might be best to keep to your room tonight. You aren't sure why, but you feel as though some part of you understands his meaning now. Without a second glance at the woods, you turn and make your way back inside Luna Lodge. You walk around the desk and up the carpeted stairs to the second floor landing. Fishing the key out of your pocket, you insert it into the silver lock and then turn the silver doorknob. The heavy door closes securely behind you. All around your room, you see the purple flowers, wolfsbane in their vases. Here in the comfort of your own space, you feel your body start to relax. Your mind clears like the parting clouds in the sky. You take off your jacket and scarf and put on a pair of soft pajamas. Then you turn off the lights and climb into the large, fluffy bed. It's situated against a wall with a window right above it. Looking out through the glass, you can see the stars twinkling overhead. The wind rustles the trees, which cast long shadows on your window. You yawn and close your eyes, and then you drift off to sleep and dream of transformations. Purple flowers, tufts of fur, and the glow of the full moon. In a dark night sky, the brittle leaves crunch underfoot as you walk down the country lane. Up ahead, you see a sign pointing to your destination. It reads, Gloomy Gourds Pumpkin Patch, and it's carved into a hunk of wood, hung on an old, sun-bleached wooden gate. Far in the distance, forested mountains are covered in a blanket of autumn's favorite colors. The land where you are now is much flatter though, ideal for growing pumpkins. The skyline is a gentle blue, scattered with fluffy, pillowy clouds. Looking down, you spot a perfect maple leaf dropped here by the red and yellow tree. Looming next to you, you bend down and carefully pick it up by its stem. Then you hold the leaf up to the sun's soft light and admire the precision of its form. Unlike the other leaves around it, this one is still firm, but not yet crisp, retaining some moisture from its life on the tree. It seems too beautiful to let go, you think. So you carefully put it into your satchel as a keepsake. As you walk towards the gate, a gentle breeze blows past you. You can feel it through the fabric of your top. So you pull your thin wool scarf a little tighter around you to stay warm. The gate is secured with a metal closure. You slide your thumb under it and raise it gently. It rattles and creaks, showing its age. The gate has probably been standing here on this farm for decades, you think. You pull the latch down to close it behind you as you turn around. The warm aroma of ripe pumpkins and sweet, crisp apples fills your nose. The pumpkin patch begins with a short dirt pathway bordered by several tall, slender trees. Leaves of red, yellow, brown, and orange are scattered across the beige trail. Some crunch beneath your shoes, while others are still too soft to make a sound. You approach a small wooden booth where you can purchase a ticket to visit the pumpkin patch. There's a woman sitting here, welcoming visitors. You greet each other kindly and exchange a few words. Then you pull out the appropriate amount of cash from your pocket and hand it over to her. She smiles, clinks open the metal money box, and hands you a ticket. You rub your fingertips back and forth on the papery ticket for a moment and turn it over once or twice before slipping it into your pocket. As you pass the booth, more of the pumpkin patch reveals itself from where you're standing. You can see gods of many sizes and colors, small orange pie pumpkins, and the pale, eerie ghost pumpkins catch your eye. You admire the uniqueness of the white ones with their thick black stem handles, the glossy sides. You wonder how they might taste, or sweet. You muse to yourself, it's been a while since you last came to the patch. You almost forgot about all the colors, shapes, and sizes that Mother Nature has to offer. Around you are green, speckled, yellow, and even multicolored varieties. As you glance around, you notice that aside from the pumpkins, there are many more things to see at this patch. Your gaze lands on a white barn with a black roof nearby, almost mimicking the look of the ghost pumpkins. You can also see signs for a corn maze, an APP orchard, high reeds, and a bonfire. There's even an especially cozy area where a vendor is selling treats and warm beverages. You'll definitely make us stop there. Later you decide. Yeah, to your right, you find a big map displayed on a wooden signpost. You trace your fingers over the map to see how to get to the apple orchard, making a mental note of the general layout. You carry on towards the orchard in search of the perfect, crisp red apple. For a little while, you follow a small path that is lined on either side with displays of painted pumpkins, festive decorations, and large hay bales. Looking around, you can tell that it's a rather quiet day at the pumpkin patch. Some families and groups are here, but it's far from crowded. It promises to be a peaceful outing, and that makes you happy. Before long, you arrive at the orchard and notice that it's quite small, with just a dozen or so trees. Each one, however, is dripping with plump ruby apples and vibrant green leaves. Both are also scattered across the faded grass below the trees. A gentle breeze moves through the orchard, and you feel the crisp air brush across your arms, although you're wearing a warm cardigan and scarf. The light wind still finds your skin in the little spaces between the knitted stitches, but with the soft autumn sun above and the warmth of the wall, you feel tremendously cozy and comfortable. As you walk slowly through the orchard, you see a gleaming red apple fall from a tree in front of you, bounces from its branch into a pile of leaves. Curious, you make your way over to it. Leaves rustle around your hand as you reach into the pile. Pick up the apple. It feels nice and firm in your palm as you turn it around, inspecting it for imperfections. Butler. Fruit is glossy, smooth, and right. This particular apple must have been meant for you. Making your way out of the orchard along another doubt path, you soon come to a stack of wooden signs pointing in different directions. One of them reads, "Candied apples," with a large arrow. You'd planned to eat a plain, no-frills apple, but now your senses are tingling. With your fruit in hand, you follow the sign. After a minute or two, you come to the booth. The fruit stand offers freshly prepared candied and caramel apples with a variety of toppings. But there's also the option to make one yourself. After speaking with the laid-back farmer working in the booth, he hands you a pointed stick made of wood. You take it, carefully poke it through the bottom of the fruit into the core. When you fill, the apple is resting firmly on the stick. You slowly dip it into a rich caramel sauce. The scent of smoky molten sugar reaches your nose, and the sticky, hot liquid soon coats the skin of the fruit. Your mouth waters with delight at the thought of this special treat. As a final touch, you roll the apple over in a bed of chopped peanuts. Now it's ready. You thank the farmer for helping you with the apple. You turn away and head for the main pumpkin patch. A pair of kids holding hands dart past you, eager for their turn to make candied apples. Soon you come to a wooden bench which looks like a lovely place to relax while you enjoy your treat. Creaks when you sit down, but it's comfortable beneath you. From here, you have a beautiful view over the patch. There's a straw scarecrow dressed in linen overalls, surrounded by hundreds of orange pumpkins, some big, others small. Glancing down at the caramel apple in your hand, you turn it slowly to admire your work. It's shiny and reflects the soft afternoon light and a single branch of the maple tree behind you. Then bring it up to your mouth, carefully sinking your teeth into its sweetness. Taste is just as good as you remember. You spend some time sitting on the bench and admiring the kingdom of pumpkins in front of you. The mountains in the distance collide with an uneven line of ripe orange gourds. From this perspective, it looks as though a jumble of curly and straight stems are poking up into the skyline. The whole place smells of autumn. There are hints of cinnamon and apples, and the earthy aromas of caramel and pumpkin spice. They mix with notes of fallen leaves, rich soil, straw. Everything about this moment makes you feel warm and cozy. You'd like to go and pick a pumpkin to take home, but you decide to wait a while longer. You don't want to carry around a heavy gourd when there's still much to explore. Here, for now, you'll just consider what kind of pumpkin would be best to choose. As you continue looking out at the patch, you watch families, couples, and individuals amble through rows of vines and soil. Some take photographs, while others are in search of the perfect orange squash. They bend down inspecting various pumpkins with expressions of curiosity dancing across their faces. Some of the visitors pull small red wagons where their children ride, holding their prized pumpkins. Others choose to carry them tucked under their arms instead. After a few moments, you lift yourself up from the creaky bench and make your way onward towards the black and white barn you noticed earlier. It's just past to the apple orchard you've already visited. Instead of retracing your steps to the right, you choose a path heading left. As the day progresses, the breeze grows crisper. We do up another button on your cardigan. Stay warm and snug. Walking in the direction of the barn, you notice a few crows soaring through the sky above you, chattering to one another. You look up at the cloudy sky, admiring how the autumn or sun is beginning to fade away. After another left turn, you arrive at the quaint barn situated in the middle of the pumpkin patch, and it seems like a meeting place for the farmers on staff and families and friends visiting the patch today. You see one farmer standing with his foot propped against the side of the barn as he talks to another. Every so often, both sip from steaming mugs held between their palms. One man is dressed in loose overalls and a brown plaid shirt. The other is wearing blue jeans with a simple shaft tucked in at the waist. Both have on comfy-looking boots. Together, they laugh and chat away, enjoying their warm drinks. The relaxing sound of leaves fluttering in a nearby tree catches your attention. You turn and look just in time to see that some have dropped, twirling and dancing together before coming to rest comfortably on the grass. A few others are tossed up by the breeze and carried in the direction of the barn, drawing your gaze with them. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice a group of horses. They're standing inside of an unpainted picket fence, grazing quietly. You watch them as they take slow, methodical bites of grass and munch contentedly. This makes you smile, and you spend a few minutes admiring them from a distance. One horse is a chocolatey brown color with a mane to match. The other is golden brown with a blonde mane. A gust of wind tosses the fine hair of their manes into the air. The horses shake their heads to brush the hair out of their eyes before turning their attention once more to the grass. They truly are majestic creatures, you think. Just then, another farmer comes out from the back of the barn. She begins to brush the chocolatey brown horse, and it seems happy to be receiving this special attention, thinking, it's time to carry on. You leave the horses to their brushing and feeding. All around you, the pumpkin patch is buzzing with activity. You spot a tractor-pulled wagon with hay bales. Families gather, one by one, for a ride around the farm. You knew these rides were a staple of the pumpkin patch, and you considered going for a ride to feel the crisp October air moving past as you bumped and bounced around the farm. But you decide to leave that activity to the groups waiting now as families fill the wagon and head out for their ride. You're left alone near the barn. You've got the place almost entirely to yourself. It's so calm. It's no wonder your mind feels serene and relaxed here. A crackling sound drifts towards you from the opposite side of the barn. Remembering the map you saw earlier, you realize that's the direction of the fire pit. You walk over, noticing a bit of smoke rising as the crackling grows louder. You come to a circle made of cut logs with a medium-sized bonfire glowing among rocks in the middle of it. The familiar aroma of burning wood is soothing to your senses. There aren't many things more autumnal than a bonfire, you think. The entryway to this part of the farm is an arch made of cut wood, decorated with dried corn stalks. There are 2 hay bales on either side of the entrance, with a pretty assortment of squash sitting on top of them. You walk through the archway, admiring the attention to detail here in town. The pumpkin patch fairy lights hang above your head, forming a twinkling square around the fire pit. Below the lights are thick, sturdy hay bales and logs for setting. Over to your right is a covered area where vendors are serving treats and warm drinks to pass us by. The temperature is growing colder as evening approaches, and you believe a hot beverage will warm you right up. You happily walk over to the covered area where the smell of cinnamon and spices fills the air. You can still hear the crackling of the bonfire behind you, setting the perfect mood. The menu has been handwritten on a chalkboard hung on a wooden pillar. You take a moment to read it and see that they serve pumpkin spice, hot chocolate, warm apple cider, and coffee. After a moment of contemplation, you decide on the pumpkin spice hot chocolate. You are at a pumpkin patch, after all, and their blend is homemade, you read. Plus, you can already smell the earthy, chocolatey aroma, and it seems to be calling to you. The attendant smiles as he hands you your drink. It's served in a dark green ceramic mug, pumpkins painted on it. You pay and thank him before waving goodbye. Turning around, you glance back at the cozy bonfire. You wish you could have one just like it in your own backyard. You imagine yourself roasting marshmallows over the fire, watching them get crispy on the outside before biting into their gooey texture and sweet flavor. You'd have friends around to tell ghost stories at this time of year. You'd sit by the fire, exchanging tales and staying warm with hot cider and tea. The longer nights would feel shorter as good company. You walk across the grass and take a seat on one of the hay bales. As you move your palm across it, you feel the rough, dry texture of the hay against your skin. Catch a whiff of its dusty scent between notes of the hot chocolate you're holding in your hand. Take a deep breath, feeling quite relaxed. Bringing the mug up to your nose, you smell the delicious aroma more closely. Then you move the cup down to your mouth and take a generous sip of the pleasantly warm drink. It soothes you from the inside out as you enjoy it. Closing your eyes, you take a moment to focus on your senses. You can hear the rustling of the leaves in the maple and birch trees around you, and the crackling fire next to you. The sense of autumn surround you. Feel completely at peace as the sun fades away. A night begins too. The fairy lights seem to grow brighter, and the fire warmer. It's been a beautiful day, and now you're set. Sip your hot chocolate, admiring the crispness of the season, the warmth of the bonfire, and the sound of the breeze. Later, you'll find the perfect pumpkin to take home. Who knows, perhaps you will make that fire pit in your back garden this season, after all. Maybe you'll bring friends around for homemade pumpkin pies and stories. It doesn't have to be a dream. You think to yourself as the atmosphere of this place fills your senses. Thank you. You hold the warm mug with both hands, content and cozy. You sit and thank Mother Nature for the beauty of autumn and the wonderful day spent here at the pumpkin patch. Sleep is one of the most basic primal human needs. Refreshing sleep is the key to replenishing our bodies, stores of energy, boosting our mood, enhancing health and organ function, and improving our mental agility. While we sleep, our body repairs itself, our nerves communicate, and our brain creates and stores new memories. Long before the invention of the modern bed, humans slept. We slept in ways that nowadays might seem a little strange, sleeping on piles of fern branches, grasses, and palm fronts predates anatomically modern humans, and evidence shows, for example, that pre-human hominids often slept in trees, snoozing several feet above the ground on a precarious tree branch. Might sound uncomfortable and impractical, but it served an important purpose. Sleeping in this elevated way kept our ancestors safe from the predatory animals that roam to the land at night. How did they keep from falling out? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but have you ever experienced the sensation of falling just before drifting off to sleep and jerked awake? That strange sensation is known as a hypnic joke. Some researchers believe this is a reflex left over from the days when we slept in trees. As soon as we began to form, our brains snapped to attention, so we could stay safely nestled in the branches when we weren't sleeping in trees. We preferred to take shelter in safe, enclosed spaces like caves. Archaeologists studying the traces of early human life in Hines Cave, Texas, have found small hollows in the ground. There, they believe that's where the prehistoric humans who lived in and around this cave slept. They likely passed the night on piles of straw or furs. The shape of the hollows suggests that these early humans slept curled up like a ball, probably for warmth. For the same reason, they seem to have slept very close together. The world's oldest known mattress was found in sub-Saharan Africa, and it dates back roughly to the year Centunukik BCE. This mattress was found in Sebudu Cave in South Africa. It is woven from sedge and topped with a layer of dried leaves from the Cape quince tree. Early mattresses, like this one, were probably made with plants that were known to have insect repellent properties. But to uncover the story of some of the world's earliest known beds, we need to visit the remote Scottish island of Mainland, the largest of the Orkney Islands. 50. A violent storm whipped up in scale on the island's west coast as rain and wind lashed the island. A grassy hill known to the locals as scarabray, was eroded. What the islanders found beneath, in the rubble of earth, was astonishing. The perfectly preserved stone remains of a Neolithic village. Adelment is more than 5,000 years old and consists of 9 houses. Archaeologists have uncovered tools, jewelry, and even dice at the site. And in every stone cottage, they found the same piece of furniture, a box-shaped bed frame hewn from stone. Closer examination of the stone beds of scarabray reveals that they are made of 2 discrete compartments, one slightly larger than the other, which suggests that men and women slept in separate but adjoining compartments of the same bed. Likely, they would have slept on mattresses woven from the sturdy heather that grows wild across the island, and slept under firs to keep warm on chill Orkney nights when the wind howled and the sea lashed at the shore. Imagine sleeping in one of these stone beds, wrapped in heavy blankets to ward off the fresh, sharp air of the Orkney Islands. Smell sea salt and the mingled aroma of wood and moss from the heather that makes up your mattress. Outside your hut, gulls and kitty wakes and white-tailed eagles swoop and cry. Side, you are snug and warm. You listen to the low crackle of the fire and the gusting of the wind as you drift into sleep. The lower layers of many of the earliest types of bedding were thought to be similar to branch piles, on top of which softer materials would have been placed for comfort. The purpose of the lower layers was to elevate the sleeping area, to keep the sleeper away from bough and dirt, and to protect from drafts coming in from under the sides of a tent. Additionally, hammocks are known to have been used by our ancestors for sleeping in places like Mesoamerica and India, though it's uncertain when the practice began. Given that hammock materials typically don't preserve well the archaeological record, however, it's believed by many that the first raised-built beds were invented by the ancient Egyptians, who slept on a bed frame with feet, sometimes even carved into the shape of animal feet, designed to keep the sleeper elevated from the floor, where insects and scorpions sometimes roamed, rather than a soft, squishy pillows. They favored headrests made from wood, glass, which kept the sleeper's head elevated through the night. On a more comfortable note, wealthy Egyptians also slept swathed in linen, which they sometimes dampened before bed to keep them cool through the hot desert evenings. Imagine sleeping in an Egyptian villa on the banks of the Nile River. You hear the swaying of rushes, the gentle ripple of the water, and a chorus of frogs and insects. Outside in your room, you are wrapped in light, cool layers of perfumed linen. A gentle breeze moves over your skin while your eyelids grow heavier and heavier. In ancient Rome, your bed spoke volumes about your wealth and status. Lowly workers slept on wooden bed frames, while high-class Romans slept quite literally at a higher level than their fellow citizens, on ornately carved metal bed frames that were raised off the floor. Often they needed a footstool to climb into their elevated beds. The Romans act well on mattresses made from straw feathers or leaves, and bedding woven from wool or hemp. But beds were not used exclusively for sleep. The Romans studied red and wrote on luxurious day beds too, and rather than gather around the dining table on chairs, wealthy Romans reclined on dining beds, propping themselves up with plenty of cushions so they could help themselves to food and drink. Beds were just as important for the ancient Greeks, and even feature in one of the epic Greek poems, the Odyssey. Odysseus, the hero of the tale, sets off on an eventful voyage around the Mediterranean that sees him fend off the seductive song of sirens, outwit the one-eyed Cyclops, and linger on the enchanted island of the witch Circe before finally returning home in disguise to his wife, Penelope. Penelope devises a test to uncover Odysseus's true identity. She asks him to move their carved wooden marital bed. Odysseus panics. He knows the bed cannot be moved. He carved at himself before he left from the stump of an olive tree. The bedroom and house have all been built around the tree that makes up their bed. Seeing Odysseus's panic, Penelope knows her husband has returned. A movable wooden bed is said to symbolize the strength and steadfastness of Penelope and Odysseus's union. Traditional bed design in northern China was influenced by the frigid weather in the region. Here people used to sleep on kangs, stone beds ingeniously heated by a flue system that was connected to a house's central fire, usually the kitchen fire. While it took some time for the stone to heat up, the kong retained its heat for the course of the night. Swaddled in bedding, and with the heat, the stone gently seeping through their limbs, sleepers stayed warm even through wintry blizzards. Some houses, the kong was very large and took up most of the room. It would also be used for eating, socializing, and in inns. Travelers often slept together on one enormous kong. Imagine sleeping on a kong in northern China. Outside, the wind is whipping across the plains and snow is falling heavily. When you wake up, the world outside will be blanketed in a thick, white layer of snow, muffling every sound. Now you feel the warmth of the stone creeping up through the layers of blankets and into your body, warming your muscles and your bones. Feeling deliciously comfortable, you drift into a deep sleep. In medieval and Renaissance Europe, the bed was considered the most important and valuable item in the home. From the 1400s on, wealthy Europeans preferred to sleep in four-poster beds hung with thick canopies that formed a curtain around the sleeper. These canopies gave beds the look of a miniature theater, which was certainly appropriate, as nobles and wealthy merchants also used their beds to display great quantities of fine textiles, in addition to showing off sumptuous fabrics, pillows, bolsters, and tapestries. People would also signal how wealthy they were by stacking mattresses on top of each other. As many as 6 mattresses might be stacked onto a bed frame, a marked difference to some other countries like Japan and Kazakhstan, where even the wealthiest nobles elected to sleep on thin mattresses on the floor. These European beds were so lavishly decorated and dressed that often a sleeper would need the help of a servant to ascend to the bed frame, push their way through the heavy canopies surrounding the mattress. Some beds even had space under the ornate bed frame for another, far simpler trundle bed where a servant could sleep overnight. The lower and middle classes didn't sleep in such opulent style, but it was not uncommon or even poorer homes to feature a proper bed. This was made up of a bed frame, a mattress, and a lattice of interlocking rope or a cord, a base of the frame designed for the mattress to rest upon. Every few days, the cords of less lattice were pulled taut by hand to prevent the mattress from slipping and sliding in the night. Up to a third of the typical Renaissance family's wealth would be spent on the bed and its linens. It's no wonder then beds were treasured heirlooms, handed down from one generation to the next in wealth. William Shakespeare famously left his wife, Anne, his second best bet. The second best bet was likely to have been William and Dan's marriage bed. In many Renaissance homes, the best bet wasn't kept in the bedroom at all, but displayed in a living area, decked out in sumptuous linens and blankets in a show of wealth. Only guests actually slept in the best bed. In royal circles, it became increasingly fashionable for rulers to hold court from their beds. France Emperor Louis XIV routinely received visitors in his bed chambers, including foreign dignitaries on sensitive political missions. Louis was reported to own 403 beds. His favorite bed at Versailles was hung with rich fabric, embroidered with real gold. Courtiers who were in favor with the emperor were even invited into his bed chamber while he was sleeping, being granted the opportunity to watch Louis nod off at night or slowly wake in the mornings was considered an exceedingly high honor. The English monarch Elizabeth I rivaled Louis XIV in her taste for lavish beds. Depending on which of her palaces she occupied, Elizabeth had a choice of beds to sleep. Richmond Palace, situated on the bank of the River Thames in a large leafy park where deer nibbled at the grass, was one of Elizabeth's favorite retreats. When she stayed here, she slept in a bed carved in the shape of a boat and hung with seafoam green curtains. To Whitehall Palace in the heart, London, Elizabeth would stay up late into the night, banqueting and meeting with nobles from across the continent before falling asleep in a bed hung with hand-painted curtains of Indian silk. And just for good measure, one of Elizabeth's beds always traveled with her from palace to palace. Its tapestry curtains were studded with gold and silver buttons, and ostrich feathers decorated the headboard. In the intimate confines of her bed chamber, Elizabeth would take off her heavy makeup and gossip with her favorite ladies in waiting. Although she never married, Elizabeth rarely slept alone. One of her ladies often slept with her. Being chosen to share the Queen's bed was considered a great privilege. Imagine sleeping in the ornate, boat-shaped bed. You lounge back on a mound of silk pillows covered in heavy blankets woven from the finest fabrics. From a distance, you hear the gentle chatter and bustle of the palace, not loud enough to disturb you, but a pleasingly quiet hum. You draw the ocean colored silk curtains around you, and nestled in the prow of the boat-shaped bed, you can almost sense the rocking waves up and down, as you let yourself ease into sleep. Fact, throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, Europeans rarely slept alone. Families slept together. Not just peasant families, but aristocratic ones too. Travelers and guests were invited to share the family bed. Strict rules of etiquette governed who slept where, and sleepers were often separated by age and gender. Infants slept in cradles which their parents hung with amulets made from coral, believed to promise a long life, or wolf's teeth, believed to ward off attackers. Under the domed ceilings of London's Victoria and Albert Museum of Tevis, visitors can see one of the most impressively large beds survived from this period. The Great Bet of Ware is a town in Hertfordshire, not far from London, in the days when the Great Bed took pride of place in the White Hart Inn, where was a small, picturesque cluster of cottages, shops, and farms. Two rivers meet here, the River Lee and the New River. Rushes and willows line the riverbanks, and swans swim in feathered white flocks along their glassy surfaces. In the 16th century, when the bed was built, Ware was about a day's journey on horseback from the capital. It lay on one of the old Roman roads, Ermine Street joining London with Lincoln, a bustling city in the English Midlands. Come night, for the ends of Ware would fill with travelers stopping on their way to one of the destinations along Ermine Street, like the University City of Cambridge, the rolling green of the Lincolnshire Walls, or even further north to York. Once a Viking settlement, travelers at the White Tartan would have had the opportunity to stay in the Great Bed built by the Hertfordshire carpenter Jonas Vosberg. It was one of the largest beds in the country, standing more than 2.5 meters high and over 3 meters wide. It comfortably accommodated up to 4 couples at a time, in keeping with the fashion of the time. Its oak frame is richly carved with a ribbon motif, acanthus, leaves, and mythical creatures like thorns and esatis. Vosberg's craftsmanship was added to and embellished over the years as those who stayed the night in the Great Bed made their own marks on its impressive wooden frame. These days, visitors to the V&Day Museum can still see the carved initials and red wax seals imprinted on the bed. Past sleepers. People didn't just share beds with their families or fellow travelers. Young unmarried couples often spent the night in the same bed in a courtship ritual known as bundling in places like rural Wales. Before courting, couples could marry. They first had to spend the night together, talking and getting to know each other, to ensure the union would be a happy one, and to ensure they remained chaste. They were quite literally bundled into sacks up to their waists, and sometimes even separated by a wooden board laid across the bed. If after spending the night bundled together, the young lovers still liked each other well enough to marry, their union could go ahead as planned. Until the advent of electric lighting, our sleeping habits were two modern eyes, rather unusual. Instead of going to bed at night and waking in the morning, people slept in two shifts known as fast sleep and second sleep, punctuated by a period of wakefulness known as the watch. The watch occurred roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. under the light of oil lamps, candles, or rush lights, a kind of taper fashioned from the waxed stems of rushes. People would tend to household tasks like mixing bread dough or stoking the household fires, engage in reading, prayer, or quiet contemplation, or simply sit and talk with one another about the day's events. Imagine returning to bed after the watch. Your mind is calm and quiet. After the hours you have spent reading, thinking, and gazing into the dwindling fire, your pillow is cool and your sheets are smooth. You climb gratefully back into bed and fall almost immediately into deeply refreshing sleep. The Industrial Revolution and the invention of electricity saw people slowly move away from sleeping in two shifts rather than working in time to sunrise and sunset. More and more people began working regimented factory shifts. Meanwhile, electric lighting meant it was easier to work late into the night. Press sleep into one efficient 8-hour shift. In Europe, and especially in England, the Victorians began to place more value on both privacy and sleep hygiene. This meant an end to practices like bed sharing among the upper classes. Every member of the family had a separate sleeping space. This was sometimes even true for married couples, and the bedroom was reserved for sleeping, not gossiping, eating, or entertaining. Bed frames began to be made from iron instead of wood, as it was easier to clean. For this same reason, ornate drapery and heavily embroidered linens also began to fall from favor. Of course, not everyone was so strict about sleep hygiene. Born in the Victorian era, the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill spent a large amount of each day in bed. Although he woke shortly after 7 most mornings, Churchill would stay in bed until after Jewish. He breakfasted in bed and caught up on the day's newspapers there, and even invited his secretary into the bedroom so he could dictate correspondence to her. He also famously was a great believer in the powers of napping and made a point of having a refreshing sleep at about 5 p.m. each evening. At the end of the 19th century, New York City was growing increasingly crowded as people from all over the globe arrived to try and make their fortunes in the modern metropolis. As a result, sleeping quarters grew more and more cramped. The solution: the folding bed. First folding bed was designed in the late 19th century by Sarah Good. When Good registered the patent Bliss innovative bed, she became one of the first African American women to receive a patent. It was designed to be tucked away during the day, a roll-top cabinet that could double up as a desk, and at night, Good's folding bed could be lifted from its hidden compartment, stretched out without breaking. Folding beds quickly became popular among the inhabitants of New York's tenement apartments who wanted to maximize They're small, living spaces. We're coming to the end of this sleepy history of beds now. We've heard about beds in sub-Saharan Africa and the Scottish Highlands, Renaissance Europe, and turn of the 20th century New York. Beds covered in light linen and bed draped in rich embroidered blankets. But all these different beds share one common purpose: to support deep, refreshing, and replenishing sleep. Perhaps you're feeling ready for sleep now yourself. If you're lying in a bed, sink back into your pillows. Feel the mattress underneath you. Notice the way your blankets are arranged around you. To your eyes drift slowly closed. If they aren't closed already, relax your body from the top of your head out to the tips of your fingers and down to the bottoms of your feet. Deepen your breath. Fall into an easy rhythm of inhale, and exhales, and let yourself be carried off into sleep as you dream about all the wonderful, comfortable beds people have slept in throughout history. Thank you. And now, dear listener, our autumn journey is coming gently to an end. The rain continues its quiet song outside. The streets are empty. The lamps glow softly through the mist, and the world settles into peaceful silence. Perhaps by now, your eyes are heavy, your breathing slow, and your thoughts drifting softly toward dreams. Thank you for spending this cozy evening with the Sleepy Story. May your sleep be deep, your dreams peaceful, and your night filled with warmth and comfort. Until next time, good night, sleep well, and sweet dreams.